go ahead and get to this tonight's meeting started. It seems like night already. For the record, it is Wednesday, July 20th. It's a few minutes after 8. We'll start with roll call attendance. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilmember Milam.
Here.
Councilmember Byrd.
Here.
Councilmember Palmer.
Here.
Councilmember Borton.
Here.
Councilmember Little Roberts.
Here.
Mayor DeVeard.
Here. Item number 2 is adoption of the agenda.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Byrd.
I move we adopt the agenda as published.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried. Item 3 is the finance show. So I'll turn it over to Jenny.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Again, I want to welcome you to day number 3 of the budget workshop for fiscal year 2017. And again, we just want to thank everybody for their time and efforts with developing the fiscal year 2017 budget so far. And hopefully in a few hours, we'll be able to leave the room with a balanced budget for 17. And some of us can go to the village and have a good time with Matt Damon and his friends. So again, we'll try to get this pretty quick for you. So what we'll do today is go over the agenda first. Our plan is to review the supplemental documents that Jenny provided to you on Friday. And then what we'll also do is look at the budget proposal as is as of Friday for you. And then we'll get into some discussions. We'll talk about the property taxes, and we'll discuss those and finalize the property tax value for the allowable tax calculation. Then after that, we'll talk about merit calculations. We'll again have some discussions and make a decision on what the merit percentage will be used for fiscal year 2017. And then we'll do the same thing for the benefits. We'll discuss, have any discussions and make any final decisions for the benefits. As soon as we have those 3 major topics discussed and decided on, we'll open it up for, again, any final questions on the topics reviewed. And then we'll just take a quick break to allow people to get coffee and allow us to set up the budget summary sheet with the changes that have just occurred in the prior 3 topics covered. As soon as we get back from break and the summary's all set up for the next section, we'll go through the enhancements, both funded and unfunded. And we'll also open it up for any discussions about any other line items within the budgets by department. We'll go general fund first, alphabetical. We'll go through each line or each budget and ask you if you have any questions. And then we'll go into the community development division. Again, alphabetical, ask if council has any discussions or questions for the departments. And then we'll finish with the enterprise fund, again, alphabetical, let you discuss and ask any questions about any enhancements or budget items presented. At the end of that, we should have a finalized 2017 balanced budget, and then at that point, we can congratulate each other and celebrate and call it a day. So that's kind of the agenda for today. You know, and at any moment, just let us know if we can help facilitate anything. But with that, we'll go ahead and jump into the supplemental documents that were provided to you on Friday as just a quick overview of what we provided you on Friday via email. Just to let you know, there have been a few minor changes since Friday, and we will bring those to your attention after the break before we get into enhancements. Again, Jenny will announce or provide you with 3 new changes since Friday we've had.
Okay, Madam Mayor and Council, as requested, I provided you electronic versions of what has changed since our last budget workshop in early June. Now, do you guys need hard copies? Okay.
I can pull it up on my iPad.
I got a set.
Gosh, if I can get it.
I got one.
So I'm going to tell you what I've provided. The first item that you have in the packet is an itemized list of all the changes that have occurred since June 8th. The second item is the general fund summary sheet. The next one's the enterprise fund summary sheet. And the third is the unfunded enhancement report. These three items are found in the supplemental document section of your binder. The last item is a new enhancement from other government department, and it is the participatory budget enhancement, number 7. Did you guys have any questions related to this changes?
Any questions from council?
I have none.
Okay, not at this
Okay.
point.
All right, thank you, Jenny. So what I'm going to do is, over the next few slides, just again go over what the proposed budget looks like. The mayor provided you a balanced budget with the 0% allowable tax request by council. The budget itself has a 3% placeholder in it at its moment, at this time, 1% for market, 2% for merit. Again, we'll discuss merit in a few more slides here. So overall, for the total city right now, the budget sits at $91.9 million. That's up 17.1% from last year. And the total base budget is sitting at $54.5 million, up 7.5% from last year to date, same time year over year. As I explained in June, the base budget is a number that we in finance really focus on because this is your ongoing. This is what we need to continue to fund year over year for the services that the taxpayers expect from us. So as this number grows, we need to also be concerned or have to look at the revenue sources as well. So if the base budget grows, we need to make sure the revenues growing accordingly, because we can't have the expenses grow faster than the revenues. As you'd imagine, that turns into a problem. So again, just want to remind you that as we look at these budgets, the base budget, if we're growing the base budget, we need to be considerate of the revenue sources to make sure we can fund the base budgets during the long term. What we're going to do now is just go over the three major funds that we report on. Again, the total budget was $91.9 million. The general fund is currently sitting at $38.79 million. That's down 2.7% from last year. The base budget is at $33.6 million. Again, noting that it's up 6.9%. Go along with the same discussion we just had. If the base budget goes up, we have to be considerate of the revenue sources to make sure that we can sustain and maintain those services that we're providing to the citizens. The next section represents just the enhancements. So this fiscal year, general fund presented $3.6 million of enhancements, and you can see total personnel, operating capital, and transfers listed there. Again, I'm going to focus on the ongoing base budget, which is your total personnel ongoing, your total operating ongoing. Those are the funds, those are the items that will increase or sit in your base budget for future years. So if we increase these numbers, again, we have to be considerate of the revenue sources in the long term to be able to sustain and support those services for years to come. In community development, sitting at $3.5 million. That's up 14.2 with their base budget at 3.4. A majority of their expenses are directly related to our building community. If we see the building community continue to thrive, those expenses will most likely increase due to our contracts that we have with our outside services. So majority of those increases are due to the increased growth that we see here at the city. And their enhancements submitted this year at $76,000, and you can see those numbers represented accordingly. Enterprise fund of the $91 million, they make up $49.6 million, again up 39.5%. Their total base budget is $17.3, up 6.6 year over year at the same time today. Again, enterprise fund follows the same rules as the general fund. We have to be considerate of their base budget. If the base budget's going up, we need to be looking at the revenue sources to make sure we have a good revenue source to maintain the increase to the base budget year over year long term. And you can see their enhancements are at 29.8 million, with the majority of their enhancements sitting in capital one time. So again, here I'm going to discuss property taxes real quick before we get into the property tax discussion. You've heard from me many times on why I believe we need to maximize the 3%. I'm not going to go over all the details that we've talked about, but I'm just going to use this one slide to help explain my theory. As you can see, the city has maintained a consistent growth since 1995 when we're at just under 20,000 people. In May this year, census gave us a number of a little over 90,000. So you can see that the city has grown quite a bit in 2 decades.
And continues to, I see.
Yes. So that's a big change that the city has taken on. Just the 20 years that we're tracking here. Even during the Great Recession of 2007, 8, and 9, the city grew, as you can see on this graph. The city has done its best to maintain the taxpayers' expectations for the past 2 decades. And I have to say it's something we should be proud of. We've not had much time to breathe. We're constantly in change. We're constantly working with what we're managing. So again, the city continues to develop plans to manage this growth. Over the next few years, we don't see a change in the pattern. We see continued growth in the development community. So again, we have to plan accordingly. I think the chart will continue to follow the same path. So again, the city has grown a lot. It continues to grow. As the mayor noticed, it continues to grow a little bit more and more. Again, we need to make sure that the resources that we establish today can help today, tomorrow, and in future years. So this slide here, now that we've seen, or why I'm emphasizing a maximization of 3%, I want to explain to you what a 3% would look like for a few taxpayers here at the city. This graph has been presented to you in past in different iterations. We track 6 houses here in finance department. We've been doing it for the last 10 years. These 6 houses represent different houses of different value in different locations in the city. So what we're trying to show here is what the impact to the houses would be if we maximize the 3%. So again, using these 6 houses, if we looked at the South Meridian house, for example, if we maximize the 3%, we're estimating that it would be a $16.41 impact on an annual basis for them to continue to receive the services that we provide today. Again, just as a disclaimer, as I've done in the past, this is no guarantee on future property tax amounts. This is an estimate based on what we have. But again, this is what we expect to see if we adopted a 3% maximization for South Meridian would be $16.41, as opposed to if we look at Old Town Meridian home, that house would experience a $6.24 impact to their property taxes on an estimate value if we maximize the 3% property tax. If the decision is to offer a 0% allowable tax calculation, then these values would be 0. But if we maximize the 3%, these are the estimates that we would see these individual houses taking on an annual basis for the services to be provided. So hopefully this picture shows the estimated impact of property taxes to you and gives you a better understanding what the 3% would look like from 6 individual houses. Last presentation I gave you kind of what it would look like at a $100,000 value, cups of coffee, but again, I thought this would be a better representation. Shows you 6 actual houses on our best estimation. So now we've arrived at the point where we need to discuss the property tax calculation allowable percentage. Again, we need to also decide on what the percentage will be for the fiscal year 2017. So I'd like to take this opportunity and offer the discussion point to be given to you, council. Again, Mr. Byrd, I'd like to offer you the opportunity to facilitate a discussion amongst the council members and hopefully get a decision so we can apply that percentage to the revenue so that we can provide you guys the revenue source and display to you what the revenue numbers look like so we can move forward with the merit and enhancements for further discussion. So Councilman Byrd, would you mind?
Thank you very much. Council, I believe that the first item we need to discuss and decide is what we are going to take, or if we are going to take any part of the 3%. So I'll open it up for discussion. I hope all of you will participate. Let's see what our views are and get it decided, because we can't come up with a budget if we don't know what the income's going to be. So you want to start off, Ann? What's your idea?
Absolutely, Mr. President. Thank you. I hear more and more from people that are concerned about our services. They're moving here because of what we have to offer, and we've got a lot of parks that are coming up that we need to make sure, the services that we offer, from safety, parks, and excuse me, everything, I think, continues on the level. And so for me, the level of service staying where it is or even potentially improving is critical, and I would vote for the 3%.
Borton.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. Kind of has a chicken or the egg issue woven into it until we address the merit issues and in particular, one item that was raised that will be addressed somewhere today is the application of some revenues to select reserve funds to articulate those future expenses we know are coming. We spoke of them a little bit last time. So there is some portion, I think, that's going to require some percentage to be taken in order to adequately fund the reserves necessary to capture these future expenditures. The Public Safety Fund, the Replacement Fund, and the Capital Improvement Fund, two of which I believe have nothing in them, or essentially nothing. And we're just developing and improving these. So I had, and we'll see where this goes, 3% may be necessary to adequately preserve and reserve enough funds for the future years to cover those types of expenses. Fire Station 6, for example, and some law enforcement expenditures coming up in future years that will need reserves to address. Until we decide some of these other issues, I think the end result will be 3%. I'm giving you a really long answer.
That's fine.
But I've gone through calculations which might show 1 or 2% could be sufficient. I mean, 3% is the maximum allowed. It's not necessarily required, and we have reserves now. Not only our emergency reserves, speaking just a general fund right now, we have emergency reserves. We have some funds in the Capital Improvement Fund now, 5.6 million that we'll need going forward, but we've got Public Safety Fund, Replacement Fund, we've got those other future expenses. So it might be sufficient to do something less than 3, more than 0. I don't think 0 will allow us to continue to maintain our growth in the level of service that Ms. Little Roberts referenced, which is critically important. So I am acknowledging I think it's going to be more than 0, but I'm not certain it has to be 3.
Thank you. Ty?
Madam Mayor, Mr. President, when Todd started the presentation, he mentioned that there were some additional changes since Friday, and I think it'd be irresponsible for us to make a decision on whether we're going to increase our citizens' taxes before we dive into the details of the book together and make a decision on what we can and can't live without. And when we get to that point and we know how much money we need, that's when we should decide how much we're going to add to our citizens' backs, rather than saying up front, we need this much more money so that we can more easily make the decision. I think while it may take harder decisions and the ones that we may be on the fence with, if we make those decisions first, then when we get to the decision on the 3%, we'll know what we need, rather than being on the fence and falling on the side of spending the money because we know we're going to have it because we already decided to take the 3%.
Thank you. Lucas? Luke?
Sure. Madam Mayor, Mr. President, to a point, I agree with Councilman Borton and Councilman Palmer. It is a chicken or the egg situation, and to no fault of finance, we went through the scenario as Councilmember Palmer described. There'd be council members up here saying, well, really, we need to make the decision if we need to take 0 to 3% first. The part that I have struggled with is that we as a community have always said that growth pays for growth. And the rationalization that I've heard from many people in taking more than 0% is that our city's growing. And therefore, we need to increase the property taxes. Typically, the recommendation is 3% to adequately cover that growth and to prepare for future growth. And I struggle with that piece. I think that there are some, quite frankly, needed unfunded enhancements that are in there. And to Councilman Borton's point is, does that mean it's more than 0? Potentially. But to Councilman Palmer's point, perhaps we should be having that discussion about what we want to include before we make the decision on if we have to take more than 0% in order to pay for that.
Thank you. Genesis?
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with a lot of this. Without knowing exactly how much money we need, it's hard to know how much to increase. And I kind of came to the table, I met with Todd, and, trying to be realistic. The growth is paying for most of the growth as far as additional funds needed. However, we have just regular inflation and our core costs go up. And that's what the 3% or whatever, 1%, that's what that goes towards. It's not really going towards the increases. It's really covering the increase of the just cost to run the business. And anyway, I went in with trying to be moderate at 2%, but I'm flexible, and I think that we need to figure out how much money we need. But I don't believe, so I do understand now that this does not cover growth, but it is covering the growth that we need that covers what it takes to run the city. So if we need additional employees because of that, it does take care of that. And the merit, pretty much covers that. So I'm somewhere in the middle on that.
Thank you. I understand where I think everybody's coming from, and I agree with a lot of it, but I also look at it the fact that with the enhancements, personally, yeah, some of the funded enhancements I could kick out real fast, but maybe I shouldn't. You know what I mean? Maybe it's something that we do need. I do know one thing. We have to definitely, this year, start a fund and continue to put into it every year for public safety vehicles. We're not just talking about a $500,000 fire truck. Chief Levy told me to get his vehicles up and running is $60,000 now. When I first come on, we didn't even pay 30,000 for them. So we got to make sure they're there. As we grow, and growth pays for itself, it just takes 18 months to see the money. And the enterprise fund, you know, they're like a business. They get what revenue comes in, that's out what they spend. But while this growth is going on, particularly in the police department, the chief is having to hire employees. And every time he hires employees, he needs vehicles. And those vehicles, while they might not get a lot of miles on them, they get a lot of hours on them. And you've got to keep current. So I'm flexible. I definitely think we have to take at least 2% this year. I could stand the 3% personally, because I don't. The public safety impact fees are very, very small, where the parks impact fees comes off of all residential, and as long as we're getting 1,300 to 1,500 building permits, residential building permits a year, they get good impact fees for the parks and stuff. But on the safety concern, we've got to not let that get behind, and I feel the last couple of years we probably have, by not keeping up a public safety vehicle fund. And one of these days, you're going to get hit with a $1.52 million bill to replace stuff. Let's be prepared like we always have been in the past. As I've said before, the reason we was able to buy that truck at such a good deal is because we had a safety fund that's built up. So I'm flexible on that. Well, and another thing you got to think about, if you don't take it now, this year, every year it compounds. And pretty soon, the 3%, you've lost 13 to 15% over a period of time. So I agree with what Councilman Borton said about maybe we got the ahead of ourselves here, but I feel you got to know what kind of revenue you're going to have to figure out what kind of budget you are. So anyway, Todd, do you get anything off of this? I take it that we want to go through the budget before we decide.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Byrd.
Is this my meeting or yours?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, I just am going to weigh in. Thank you.
Go ahead.
But I just thought you received a budget that had it at 0%. That budget represented a maintenance of services. That 3%, as was shown in the information that you received, did go towards the reserves to fund the CIP, to fund possibly a reserve account for replacements. And next year we hope we can show you more information as it relates to cost of programs, cost of service. I think it is important to show that base and the anticipated costs that we have in next year's budget alone will need that 3% to absorb the cost of serving the growth. And growth, as Councilmember Milam pointed out, is covered. It's that base that we've looked at how we can cover a number of different plans. Facility maintenance, we can kick the can down the road. We can pull facility maintenance out. I think that's what other cities and the city to our east did, and had to pass a bond to improve their facilities because they weren't, I think, trying to pay attention to those upgrades and those needs every year as part of a plan. We have a compensation plan that is underway. As I think Crystal pointed out, if we need to reconsider that plan in the middle of a budget session is probably not the ideal place to change a long-term plan. And I think that it needs to be revisited. I'm kind of questioning this year is if every 2 years that we have a change in leadership, if these plans need to be revisited too, which makes it really difficult for long-term forecasting and for continuity and that our citizens, our employees, and our facilities have to have some kind of continuum or constant approach. So what you got, and I think the conversation has been great on saving for our capital improvement plan, which is what those reserves are for, and having a more calculated approach to our replacement plan, not just for police vehicles, but also for the replacements that you see every year with servers or with computers or with vehicles. There's a constant need, but we hope to wrap that into a cost of a program instead of looking at it in one big list, so you can start seeing what the costs are and what the performance outcomes are to each of those programs. And every year we've gotten closer to that approach, and I think we're on the cusp, which is exciting for, I know, for our senior leadership team and for finance, who has helped drive this. So those are just my high-level remarks. We gave you a balanced budget that was really focused on continuing our level of service. And we hope that we were able to articulate that 3% helps fill a gap that is next year. And kicking the can down the road and delaying some of these enhancements just moves it down to next year, where we already know we have a big hit to the budget. So I guess with that said, Todd, I'll turn it over to you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I would just like to add a couple more comments. The reason that we're the best place to live is because of our safety, because of our parks, because of our water. And most of the people that I've spoken with are willing to pay, $20 or less a year to maintain the quality of life and the level of service that we provide. So,
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments before I turn this over to Todd?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Borton.
to all of the points made, and maybe this process and maybe finance is going there, it may be helpful to update the summary sheet that we're utilizing and include some of if there's issues that we're discussing, whether it's the merit decision, whether it's funding certain replacement funds. It shows, currently a balanced budget, no need to utilize available unrestricted reserves. Again, I'm just looking at the general fund, $458. It's done. The mayor and finance did exactly what everyone wanted to see. If we were to include and incorporate some of these changes, that obviously it'd become a negative number. And then we're faced with a decision to utilize unrestricted fund balance to balance it, so to speak, or capture a revenue source, which would be some or all of this available 3%. So the way I was looking at that and trying to determine whether 1% or 2% or perhaps 3 is necessary to close that gap, if you were to do, there's zeros in some of those replacement funds, for example. If we were to drop a dollar figure into those, which I can make suggestions to do so, the ending balance will be a negative figure. And then we've got a decision to say, do we want to have that be a negative figure with funding those particular reserves? And if we do we want to balance it like we did? I think some years you have to, using unrestricted fund balance and or utilizing some of the 3%. That's kind of the chicken or the egg, cart before the horse, things that I think we wrestle with until we know. For example, I'll just give you an example. If we were to drop 1% of the general fund revenues, and we talked about this last year, into a public safety fund, using a round figure of $336,000. That might not be exactly accurate, but if you placed that into a public safety fund, a capital replacement fund, and a 1% into the capital improvement fund, for illustration purposes, that's just under $1 million. It's about $1 million. So no other changes. Now your general fund is out of balance $1 million. So if funding reserves in that example is important, then we make the decision, do we want to close that gap and balance it by using a portion of the $8 million in our undesignated fund balance? Or do we close that gap with some portion of a 1%, 2%, 3% utilization of available property taxes? Is that?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Borton, you're 100% correct.
Okay.
That's where we're currently at the discussion point is, do we utilize the allowable 3% calculation based on the great points that everybody has brought up, or do we tap into the unrestricted fund balance to fund those reserves? Again, I think you've heard arguments from or discussion points from everybody, and that's where we're sitting at. Do we move forward with utilizing the property tax calculation, or do we tap into unrestricted fund balance? That's where we're kind of sitting at. I believe we could make a decision, or lead the discussions to where we want to go. We just provide you with that unfunded report that kind of shows what the mayor was talking about. We provided you a balanced budget, $450 right now. We provided you the request that we believe maintain what the current taxpayers expect from the city. And then the unfunded report represents if we had some additional revenue sources. These are the dollars that we would like to see spent on the particular activities presented to you. So the budget that we provided to you is balanced, as the mayor stated. It does represent what we believe maintains the expectations. And now we're at the point, if we wish to utilize the 3%, we have also provided you where we would like to see the 3%, 2%, 1% allocated to from a funding mechanism. So again, if we're not comfortable with making a decision now, the chicken before the egg, as Councilman Borton called it, we can move into the enhancements. Again, the enhancements are presented to you at a balanced budget based on what we believe is maintaining the expectations. Again, we can open it up for discussion if that's the direction. We are promoting, what Mr. Byrd stated. If we can get the revenue first, then we know where we're going. But again, I'm opening it up to you with the direction of, if we decide on revenue, I think we can decide on the expenses. But if we need to go with the expenses first, we can back into the revenue. But as the mayor stated, we have provided you a balanced budget with the request submitted as is. So it really comes down to, again, Councilman Byrd, I can lean on you. I mean, we can go with the revenue first and do that, or we can go with the expenses first. We're leaning towards, if we get the revenue decided on, then we can help you guys decide on what expenses we can spend the dollars on.
Mr. Byrd?
Madam Mayor? Council, I take it that, Todd, that the consensus of the council was they would like to go through it before we determine what we take regarding that. And so we need to look at the enhancements that that were funded and also the ones that were unfunded. And see if we want to leave it. And if we don't want to change or add anything, then we've got a balanced budget without the 3%. So that would be but I think there's going to be probably some changes wanted. So I guess we better go through that before we look at the revenue.
Okay, Councilman Byrd will definitely do that for you.
Okay,
So
thank you, Todd.
Thank you. So what we'll do is, before we get into this, Councilman Palmer brought up the point of there's some minor changes since Friday. So we'll definitely bring those to your attention right now.
Okay.
The first item that was presented as a change, I think it was this Tuesday. No, Public Works presented a overall merit adjustment that had an impact on one of the enhancements. So the enterprise fund enhancement known as personal reclassification request was reduced just a bit on the enterprise side. So we'll hand that out to you. The next item that has changed really doesn't have a change to the general fund. In previous discussions between council and the Parks Division for the Bolano Creek / Rita Husky Neighborhood Park, it was requested that $150,000 of impact fees be allocated towards the project. So we'll be providing you an updated enhancement with $150,000 in additional expenses, which are covered 100% by impact fees. So again, it does not have any impact on the bottom line for the general fund. And one other item that we have is on the community development tab. That division, we have a removal of an enhancement. It's the EDR enhancement for $31,500. Again, that would be on the community development side, which does not impact the general fund reports. So again, the EDR was removed. So if you look at your community development summary sheet, it's going to be the first enhancement called professional services for Excella EDR. We have removed that from the budget itself. So those are the three minor changes that have occurred since Friday. So with that, our plan was to, you can go ahead and slide. Our plan was to go over each budget fund, starting with the general fund. We're just going to go alphabetical order. Starting at the very top in this case is going to be first department that we're going to open up for discussion for council is going to be the clerk's division. Again, so I'm going to open it up to the council. If there are any items of concern or question from council on the clerk's division, I open the mic to you to discuss those. The clerk's division is here to represent any questions. If there are no questions, we'll consider the clerk's division's budget as presented to you accepted, and we'll move on to the next department. So any questions for the clerk's division as it's presented to you today?
Any questions?
Have none.
Right, no,
To
so
City Hall? Council, any questions on the City Hall requests? I would call them not requests, but mandates. I'm sure our attorney doesn't call them that. I do. If there's nothing further to that. I was going on the, I guess, the enhancements. Are go by department. Anything on council's budget? I think we need to slice it in half.
I think we need to
Sorry.
double.
So moved.
Mr. Palmer.
Madam Mayor, just on the travel and lodging and everything for council, I don't think we need to be going on vacations on taxpayer dollar. I think we've got the technology today to be able to communicate with whatever other cities we want to ask questions of. I think where staff visits other cities is very appropriate, but I think council, we have our staff to lean on, and again, the technology to communicate with other entities, to learn what they're doing, what we need to, what we can learn from, I guess, and the different seminars and conferences and stuff that we have the opportunity to go to, I just feel isn't appropriate. I'm probably alone in that, but that's where I'm at on that.
I would just say that I do not know of one council member who has gone on vacation on their training budget. I do believe that it is an expectation of our community that our leaders lead, and that you do look at best practices in other areas in that regard, and also look at ways to improve our opportunity to serve our citizens. We have found great value from council members going to trainings and bringing best practices back for discussion by this council, and I think it's been very beneficial to our community. Developing leadership is important, and developing those best practices and ideas of how we can improve accountability, transparency. And I think one example is the participatory budgeting that Councilman Borton brought back from the National League of Cities, that he found was something that would work very well in our community, and brought a pilot project back that I think has proved that the idea has merit in our community. So I think that opportunity, not every council member has taken that opportunity, because they balance it with their other responsibilities, primarily their full-time responsibilities, including family and that full-time paying job. But I would hope that training in the city council budget continues to be a priority to better policies, to better self, and to better serve. So, just my opinion.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Kavner.
thank you for saying that. I think it's important to be reiterated that I'm not aware of any council member that has went on vacation using taxpayer dollars. And I think it's important that that's reiterated. Once something like that's put out in the ether, people often sometimes only hear what they want to hear. And I think this is definitely not the case. Secondarily to that, oftentimes our staff have benefited by networking with their peers. Likewise, council members and mayors have benefited from networking with their peers. What I think is great about this council and this mayor is that if there are opportunities to do that remotely, to do that utilizing technology, I think this is a council that chooses to do that. Oftentimes there aren't those options made available, and thus we travel if need be to take advantage of those opportunities. So one more time, I think it is important to be reiterated that nobody on this council is going on vacation using the training budget.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Palmer.
And forgive me if I guess my words were offensive. I didn't mean to say that anyone on this council would have used it for that, and I can't speak for past councils. But I just know that sitting before me, I have 3 devices that grant me access to the world's wealth of information, and easy direct communication with millions of people. And I just feel that we're moving in a direction where these opportunities for spending money could be disbanded, and find other ways to, I guess, meet the goals of what they're for.
I guess I'm just going to have one comment because I'd like to get out by noon.
Madam Mayor,
Hold on for just a second.
go ahead.
I participated in incident command training for ICS, and I've done both online and in-person training. And I can tell you that the in-person training is much more valuable in hearing the questions and having the dialogue even during the breaks and talking about things that went on in the classroom. That is irreplaceable. And there are some things that are very good online. And I think iCrimp makes us walk through online training every single year. But that face-to-face is invaluable, and it does bring additional conversations that you cannot get online on a device or in a textbook. It's that dialogue, and that's where the biggest lessons I think sometimes come out. Mr. Byrd?
Madam Mayor, I'll just speak for previous councils. When I first got on, we didn't all go to AIC, or we'd only one or two would go. But I think Luke hit it right on the head. It's been a benefit, at least to me, to be able to mingle with other elected officials, other staffs. It's given me some good ideas. It's not a large, it's not a large amount, and as everybody stated, I don't believe anybody's ever went on a vacation. If they have, it's been a pretty cheap one.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Palmer?
And when it comes to you attending things, I completely agree. As a full-time servant of the people of Meridian, I think it's very appropriate that you attend whatever events you feel are going to improve your ability to perform in the task. I've heard at least one other council member in private speak against these, and if that person chooses not to back it on the record, that's fine.
See, that's the value of training. You have informal conversations, and somewhere in between you can say, maybe I was wrong. So, moving on. Anything further on council line item?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Ms. Lowell Roberts.
question regarding it's currently called the internal auditor. I was just wondering about it, where it's not finalized, if we should leave it in the funding until it's got a definition as far as the job description and things, and then look at bringing it back as an enhancement. I guess I'm just a little curious about leaving something in there that doesn't have a definition and an actual job description.
Well, I can't help you on that one. Mr. Borton. Or Mr. Kavanagh. Not my thing.
Madam Mayor, it is your thing. It's all of our things. All of these are. This included. So, Councilwoman Little Roberts brings up an interesting point that we've referenced on and off. This position has not been defined. There's some great opportunity, and there's been some great work done by various departments here to try and articulate the best way to capture what council was trying to provide, and also address maybe some other needs in the city. And I know that work continues in your office and Ms. Holman and finance, and tried to work on some job descriptions for that. I agree with Councilwoman Little Roberts that if we have funded a round peg and it's becoming a square peg, it's really not going the right direction. But I'm inclined to unfund it, to take that out, and as soon as a job description that articulates something that we all believe is necessary, and we could then put out and fill and hire, and if that even necessitates a budget amendment, I'm not opposed to that budget amendment. As soon as it's ready and we're all on board, whether it's in this process or in a budget amendment, that might be the better way to go. Because right now it's funded and it isn't really defined. We've all talked about it. So it would not break my heart to take that out, not abandon, but don't abandon the process that's nearing completion. But
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Kavner.
question maybe for you or for Councilmember Borton. Do you anticipate that process being completed by the beginning of next fiscal year?
I hope so.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Borton.
here, great question. I mean, put a deadline on this. I think there's job descriptions and ideas that have morphed somewhat from the original intent. Still try and capture it, that we all need to review. We haven't, and I don't think it's even necessarily ink's dry on it. So the answer would be yes. That, I think we should put it upon ourselves to have a hard deadline, that if something like this is truly necessary and we can articulate job description, duties that fulfill those needs, let's get off the fence quickly. And if we can't do it by, good Lord, October 1, then it must not be a critical need.
Agreed.
And so be it. We don't bring it forth in a budget amendment.
Madam Mayor, maybe then a comment. I feel bad. It seems every October, November, a department is the one that draws the short straws, the first to come before us with an amendment. And boy, we give them a lot of grief. And I think that it's important that if we're the ones that give them the grief, then we should be working proactively to have this ready to go come October 1, not have it as if we're not ready to go by October 1 that we don't bring it forth with an amendment. It's just my 2 cents. I would argue for keeping it in the budget and that being a finish line for council as a whole to work to get this project completed.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Byrd.
I'd agree with Luke on that. I think we set a deadline of having somebody in place by October 1st to take over, and I think it can be done. I think we've all tried to get our arms wrapped around it and haven't done it, so, and this has been going on for 2 years. We need to either get it done or not, and I would leave it in for now, because I'm like Luke, I don't want to come back October with a budget amendment for all the grief I've given the people that have come, like finance.
I would love that. I would relish the opportunity to give you grief. Certainly, you're not going to get anyone hired by October 1st, but at least answering the question, is this FTE necessary? And and to solidify what the duties and responsibilities and need, this answers. So I think we can put this on a future agenda to have a discussion on that and see if that's something to move forward with or not. We'll shoot for sometime around the end of August to have that discussion on council.
Great. Good.
Good question.
Okay, any further questions on the city council department? Finance. Any discussion for finance or questions? Okay?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Borton.
finance, no questions, but it's through their hard work and through their liaisons' relationship with them that's
The great liaison.
really made this year special. Correct. So, no questions. It's perfect in finance.
Oh, so each department reflects on each council liaison. Just make note of that, all of you. Okay, if there's nothing further for finance, fire. Yes, liaison has the same comment.
Exact same conclusion. Perfect.
I guess before we move to, well, fire, let's finish the admin.
Okay.
Yeah. Human resources.
T first
Come in.
in the enhancements.
Are we in IT or are we in HR?
HR. That's where I see the little thing. I guess one of the things we didn't discuss, and I don't know if you want to do it at this point or after you've gone through the enhancements, to talk about the merit and the benefits. Todd, do you have advice on that?
Madam Mayor, I think based on what I've heard from council today, I think if we can discuss the merit after we do the enhancements, that would probably go along with getting the expenses figured out first, and then tap into the revenues and then the merit and the benefits afterwards. That's just what I'm hearing from council.
Okay, I do want to caution, we have a compensation plan that was adopted in October of 2013, and at that time, through the process, it was called Employees First. And I hate to have the merit discussion and the benefits discussion at the end, making it look like we might fund a plan for compensation based on what we have left, because certainly that's not the approach that councils in the past have had, and I would hope that that's not our approach
Madam Mayor?
either. Mr. Palmer.
Madam Mayor, I think the optics are the opposite, that our goal is to be able to take care of our staff as well as possible. And so we're going through the enhancements to know which ones we can remove or deal with otherwise, to be able to make sure that we can take care of them appropriately, instead of maybe deciding on a 2% now, and so that we can then worrying about the enhancements so that we can decide if we can get all the way to the 3.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Kevin.
I have to say I agree with you on this. We're having discussions right now about the merits of adding water filtration or computers or other enhancements. And I think that we should be having that discussion after we've made the decision about how we're going to invest in our most important resource, which is our employees. And so I would caution this council with waiting until we've went through all the enhancements to have that discussion about what, if any, merit increase is going to occur, what, if any, changes to our benefits are going to occur. That shouldn't be a discussion that we have at the end with whatever savings we have. We should be looking at that as a priority.
Madam
Mr.
Mayor?
Borton.
I'll cut to the chase. The figures that I'd placed in what I thought for discussion purposes clearly included a 3% increase for the merit. It included what we'll circle back to is a allocation of 1% of the 2017 base budget into those 3 particular reserve funds. So that's where I'm on all of those.
I guess I had a question. You're placing the what in the reserve funds?
1% of similar to what we did last year with the public safety fund, 1% of the 2017 base budget, which is $336,000. And I think it would, quite frankly, be an annual commitment that is done at the start of building a budget which we'll refine this process in the fall, but, so when you see the 4 blanks in line 30, 32, and 33, those each would be populated with $336,000. I think the 3% merit proposal is appropriate, which is included in there already. That's going to place it out of balance temporarily. And as we continue going through then the enhancements and the funded and unfunded enhancements, then we'll address how we're going to close that gap.
I second that.
Is that what you would like us to plug in so you can see that running total? Is
3%.
the other council members good with keeping the 3% in for the recommendation by HR, which was a 1% market adjustment and a 2% merit, as well adding to, I believe you said the replacement line? Replacement reserve?
Correct.
1% of the 3%, which was 300 and something thousand.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, so line 26 represents
Oh,
exactly right there.
1% of this
Correct.
line, okay,
33
of the
Correct.
base budget.
And the idea is we can refine that into a formal, informal policy if we all feel it's appropriate to build our budgets with those assumptions that you're going to populate those reserves off the top.
So you know where we are.
Because you know you've got those.
Okay. So Ginny, do you want to plug in the 1% in the replacement fund?
And Madam Mayor, and we know that the line 32 and 33, the replacement and the public safety are funded, so to speak, only through this process. The capital improvement fund also has community development revenues. This isn't the sole source of revenue for the capital improvement fund.
No.
But for the others, it is.
Okay. Additional discussion?
Madam Mayor.
Ms. Madden?
Joe, you were referring to the base budget line, correct? Not the yellow highlighted one,
Correct.
336.
And there's not a hard and fast rule. If finance might have a suggestion, you kind of get what I'm trying to capture is some rough benchmark that we can utilize annually. If the 37 million is the better one for a particular reason versus the 33, I'm open to suggestions. It's just capturing one of the two.
Sure, Madam Mayor, Councilman Borton, last year we used 1% of the revenue source as the calculation.
Okay.
We can, either approach can be developed. It's a philosophy that we have to decide on. But we could definitely go either way. I would recommend using your revenue source as your determining factor,
Okay.
opposed to the expense, but that's just my opinion. Just to follow what we did last year.
Okay.
Just do it again and again.
And that would be, for the purpose of this exercise, I
Yeah.
would suggest doing that. So that would be 373,000 roughly.
That's what it was.
Okay.
And also the public safety fund.
Okay, so anything further in the HR realm? Okay. Moving to IT.
Madam Mayor.
Abner.
So this is maybe for me where things become a little more active. In light of a lot of the conversations that we've had so far this morning, and trying to do proper homework, I've went back through our budget and I've identified some items that I think is worthy of discussion at the council level, and perhaps some additional insight from directors or department representatives to maybe articulate a little bit more about some particular enhancements and/or replacements. I recognize that we all have different motivations up here as far as to take a 0% to 3% and how that benefits our residents, either in the forms of tax savings or higher levels of service. So there's some items that I think probably in the next few sections that I'd like to maybe invite the director or the department representative to come out and provide a little additional insight. For me, there's two items that are in IT. One, enhancement number 3, a security assessment, as well as on the replacement list, 2 Dell PowerEdge servers that were purchased in March of 2013.
Dave?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, happy to be here. So do you have a specific question, or would you just like me to talk about the philosophy behind these requests?
I think if we'll maybe start first with the replacement cycle on the servers, if you could maybe articulate to the council what a replacement cycle is for our servers, why we're purchasing servers that we purchased in March of 2013, why they're needing to be replaced. You and I have had some similar discussions.
Sure.
What happens if this is prolonged a year? What happens if it's prolonged 2 years, 5 years? And then maybe we can touch on the security assessment afterwards.
Okay, sounds good. So according to our replacement policy, which was adopted by council a number of years ago, our server replacements are on a 4-year cycle instead of a 5-year cycle like our other computers. And the main reason behind that is because our servers have a much larger impact to the services that we provide to our customers, which are city staff, right? To give an example of why that is important to us, without getting into the details, we virtualize our servers, so one of these servers actually runs 10 to 12 different servers, which in turn represents anywhere from 10 to 20 or 25 different applications or services that are being provided. So when one of them has an issue or runs slower, it has a much larger impact than just one person's computer. One example that we were able to articulate over this last few weeks after you and I had discussed was the utility billing system. They do bill calculations to obviously generate bills and send out to customers. So we did a test with a number of our servers, and running that same bill calculation on a server that was 2 years old versus a server that is 6 months old was double the amount of time. So it gives you an example of the impact that it has, and that's why we recommended a 4-year replacement cycle, just because the way that we're handling servers and whatnot with virtualization. So that's really the story behind it.
Madam Mayor, Mr. President, maybe a follow-up. When you say double the amount of time, is that an impact of seconds, minutes, hours, days?
In this case, it was minutes, but it depends on the application and the load. For instance, our current utility billing system takes around 10 hours to run bill calculations, and that would be the same impact there.
Okay.
So.
Anyone have any other? Great. Then, Dave, let's jump then to the security assessment. Again, this is a topic you and I had discussed at some lengths, and I think it would be beneficial for the council maybe to hear some historical perspective on why this is being recommended now and the current needs.
Okay. The security assessment is something that we have wanted to do for a number of years. It has been on our radar and even submitted as an enhancement to the mayor's budget, but retracted or removed before it made it to council on a number of occasions just because it was a lower priority request. The main reason that we want to do this is because it's a self-check and balance of what we're doing in IT, and also guarantees the level of protection that we have for all our various systems that house all the data for the city. We, as you can imagine, maintain customer information, whatever it is, and we want to make sure that information is secure. Probably the biggest reason why it's come up again and why it made it further in the process is is due to all the various security breaches that we're seeing in the industry. If you look at the various ones that have happened, Target, whatever, where customer data has been compromised and out there in the wild on the internet, available for, malicious intent. That's really, again, why we're focused on this again. We obviously have checks and balances in place. We have IT security practices, best practices that we follow. We have protocols in place. But it's nice to get an outside perspective on what we're doing, make sure, hey, look, it looks good. Have somebody go through and do some of those checks and balances and actually attempt to compromise our system and say, yes, it can be done, or it can't be done, or you guys need some better controls in place so that we do protect that customer data. So that's really what we're looking at. And again, it was probably brought to the forefront of my mind more because of all the various breaches that have happened over the last few years.
Madam Mayor, Mr. President. Dave, are you aware of any municipalities in the state that have had a data breach?
In this state? I can give you one example of a municipality to the east of us that had a sprinkler control system that was compromised. They had it's called a denial service attack, where basically somebody hit the device enough where it could not function. That was a sprinkler control system, probably not a huge deal, but if it hadn't been caught, then it could cause other issues, obviously. Otherwise, in the state, I don't know of any immediate ones other than, obviously, ransomware has been a big topic as of late, and that would be another one. I guess I could give it as a good example. A city to the north of us, quite a bit to the north of us, was compromised and had ransomware put on their machines, and they actually had to pay out to recover their data, which they're a much smaller municipality, so what they had to pay out was probably a lot less than what we would have to if we were compromised in that fashion. But obviously, these are the types of things that are happening in the IT world that we want to make sure we protect against.
Madam Mayor, Mr. President, maybe a council or a question for legal. Bill, what type of risk would the city assume if our MUB's billing systems service was compromised and customer data was taken?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Cabinet, because we haven't had a lot of experience in that realm, I don't know. I'd have to talk to ICRIM to see what their concerns would be in that regard. So I don't have an answer.
Great. Answers my questions. Thanks.
And I know that the enhancement that you saw was leveled out in looking at it in phases too. So it wasn't one big hit to the budget. IT tried to have an approach where they were able to parcel it, so it's a 3-year process. Chief?
Madam Mayor, I just thought I'd weigh in on this. I have a lot of faith in our IT staff, and they do great work. But we have a lot of sensitive information stored on our citizens, on our computers. Some very vulnerable information that nobody needs to know about as we deal with them in their darkest times of life. And I want to make sure that that information is protected to the best of our ability. And sometimes it takes a third party to come in and look at that. So, this is $20,000 to make sure that the rights and privacies of our citizens is protected. And I just think it would be irresponsible of us to not look at that. So that's just my opinion, but I thought it needed to be said.
Thank you, Chief. And I think probably Public Works would say the same in terms of the security of our water and our wastewater facilities, and as well in looking at those homeland security areas that are identified. So, any further questions?
Well, and Madam Mayor, I think to that point, if this is the first year that we've discussed it, I think it was probably warranted in years past, but for whatever reason, it's been removed. Since then, I think the council has also approved a variety of budget amendments to increase the security at many of the facilities that water and wastewater police have roles in. So I don't disagree that I think it's important, but I think in light of this being the first year that it has been brought before us, but not the first year it's been discussed, it warrants a discussion for council and further consideration. Thanks, Dave.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Byrd.
this, as I understand, is a 5-year program of $20,000 each year for $100,000. I think it's something that we seriously need to invest in myself. It's We don't need anybody getting compromised.
And Mr. Byrd, nobody, I don't want to be wrong on this. I totally recognize that. I think it's worthy of discussion.
Councilmember Byrd, just one point of clarification. It would be an ongoing thing where we would be cycling through a 3-year program on a regular basis and hitting various aspects of security along the way. So,
Okay, any other questions in the IT area?
thank you.
Under legal. Hearing none. Under the mayor's office.
All of it.
This is,
Cut it in
Cut in
half.
half?
Just cut it, just cut it 75%.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Borton.
not a question, but maybe more of a comment. It's amongst the valuable graphs we have in our binders, one that reflects that the mayor's office, which may be atypical in other government entities, has, over the last 10 years, gone from 6 employees to 5. And the opportunity to grow staff and just merely grow seems to have been restrained. Just kudos to the mayor's department for that ability to operate. As our city's grown immensely, the mayor's office operates well without growth in staff. I know everyone's working extremely hard there.
Thank you. That's because it's all on Robert. Appreciate that. Good staff. Okay. Other government.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Palmer.
Madam Mayor, on the enhancement for the Welcome to Meridian signs. Love the signs that exist. They are very beautiful, but I feel that this is $45,000 that we can better put elsewhere for this year.
Okay, I had asked Bruce, are you doing it? To help give an overview. These are one of those things that have been discussed by future or previous councils, and so I thought maybe Bruce could give you a historical overview of that and where we are in the process.
And Madam Mayor, Caleb Hood is our project manager for this, and I see him just walking in the room right now, so I'm safe.
Saved by the bell.
For now.
The 9:30 bus.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, there's a little bit of a delay on the stream, so I heard other government and I came, but I missed the question or the concern about the
If you
enhancement.
could give some historical overview of the sign program, what has been approved in the past, and how we anticipated rolling it out, so we could see where the city begins and lets people recognize that.
Yes, a little bit of the history on that. About 5 or 6 years ago, we as staff, at the direction of the mayor, started to look at monument signs, welcome signs, if you will, into our community to kind of set ourselves apart from, as we're growing next to other communities. We looked at 3 different signs, or that's what we ended up with, was 3 different sign types. What we have in our community now, the metal signs that are 2x3, and those are on most all of the arterial roadways coming into the city. Some of those are temporary and ultimately will be replaced with larger monument signs that you see in the enhancement request today, a couple of them anyways. That was a plan that we looked at some of the major arterials, the highways, so the Chindens and the Eagles and the Meridian roads, doing this more robust monument sign that's 11 by 9, somewhere in that realm. They're fairly large signs. And on Ustick and Fairview and some of those major arterial roadways. On the lesser arterial roadways like a McMillan, a Locust Grove, the metal signs will suffice, and that's kind of the plan for the city. So I just looked at this earlier this week, and I believe there's 24 or 25 of the bigger monument signs, the ones that are costly, throughout our city. Roughly half of those, the idea was the city would pay to install because those properties had already developed, and we didn't feel it appropriate to come back on or couldn't require a developer to install a monument sign, a gateway sign on their property when they'd already been entitled and development had occurred. The other half, roughly, though, were on properties that were in the future to be annexed into the city of Meridian, and the idea was that through that dialogue of coming into the city, some of the negotiation and the conversation would be, would you be willing? We'd like to have your properties right on the boundary. How do you feel about welcoming folks into the Meridian community as we welcome them? So that's kind of where we've gone with a few of these. We've had 3 or 4 of those properties, again, since 2011. That was the plan was discussed and adopted in 2011. 2012, we put some policies in our comprehensive plan that say, work the plan, adopt the plan, work the plan, and that's what we've been doing for the past couple of years, is trying to every year kind of chip away at those roughly half of the 25, where it was envisioned that the city would fund them to get those put in place. So we're still looking at a 10-year plan if we did, a couple every year to get these done, and then ultimately when you get out to State Highway 16. So hopefully that kind of answers some of the philosophy and the history with it. Again, we're only roughly 5 years into having an adopted plan with these monument signs. We did the interim signs on metal. We are working with Robert and Max Jensen this year on potentially putting in a couple more. I think you all are aware that CarMax, that one is up now. There's also one at Linder and Chinden on that property. So they're starting to come online more and more, looking at Eagle Road and at the interchanges as well. So hopefully that gives a little bit of the history and perspective. We're trying to work the plan that was adopted roughly 5 years ago.
Thank you. Any questions for Caleb?
Madam Mayor, not a question. I appreciate the feedback. That said, I have to agree with Councilman Palmer. I think these signs are beautiful. They definitely create a sense of place. But if we're having a discussion about everything being on the table, and again, that continued conversation about that we are growing, there are increased needs for public safety. Councilman Byrd earlier articulated $60,000 for a police car. Well, if we forego these signs, we're almost at another police car for our police department. So when we really start looking at what the demands are for our citizens, I don't think a lot of our citizens are clamoring for us to have signs put up across the community, regardless of how beautiful they are.
Questions in that regard? Mr. Borton.
Madam Mayor, to finance, when I look at this enhancement request form, in light of what Caleb has described, was there prior year funding, or would it be appropriate to have a dollar figure placed there merely to show to us that there was some year-over-year commitment to some type of program? And
Matt-
quite frankly, in 2018 and 2019,
Madam Mayor, Councilman Borton, we could definitely provide you that information so you can see what the historical was and what the future plans are. We can work with the divisions in charge of that. We can get you that information in future years. So again, we apologize for not providing that to you at this current junction. But yes, that part of the report is intended for that, to provide you the information, what has been spent in the past and what the plan is in the future.
Well, and probably in that future commitments too, I recall on the north end of Locust Grove, as the Dean's property came in, they've paid for half a sign, and the other half was to be either from the city or as the property across the street where it was to be located, that the church allowed a location that would be development driven or even city partnership. So those kind of things need to be also captured, because those are prior decisions as well. So,
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Palmer.
So this being an enhancement for $45,000 before us, can we vote on it? How does this work? I'm new to this process.
Good question.
I want to remove it.
We can do it now, or we can go through it when we go through the enhancements. It'll be show back up when we go through the complete.
Well, we kind of are going through.
Well, we're going
the
through it by
enhancements
department,
is-
but the overall enhancements.
So, council, I would prefer, as we get to that enhancement, you have a question, if you want to remove it and the rest of the council agrees, then that's what we do. So, any discussion on it? The recommendation is to remove that enhancement.
Is that in the form of a motion? Do we have to make a motion on that? Is
No.
that what you're, well, I would agree that we should remove it.
Okay. You know, again, we'll need to revisit this because expectations have been set, that we do have a signed program in place, and we can kick the can down the road and revisit this at a later date to see if in the middle of this program we want to just abandon it. So I would say that this didn't come out of nowhere. It came through public comment. It came through requests that citizens wanted to show that people have arrived in our community, and that is why a master plan was put into place. And I will say that a lot of thought was put into it, on the design, on the locations, on the sizes, and again, we are surrounded by 5 sides, if that makes any sense, 5 sides, but from other communities, and people wanted others to know when they arrived in our community.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Palmer.
Where it's not a life safety issue or a failure to maintain an existing situation, I think it's one that can easily be picked up later. If the times provide that we're adequately funding things that need funded, then these super nice to haves would be more appropriate than it's far from a need to have it, gotta have it right now, especially where we're nickel and diamond to try to find a way to fully take care of our staff and fund public safety issues.
Madam Mayor?
Mylon?
Go ahead.
Looking at this request, I have mixed feelings. I do like them, but I agree with Councilman Palmer. If we do need to eliminate something, this might be something that we could. But I'm really struggling with why we would put a permanent monument sign at Overland and Meridian. That just seems a little too inside of Meridian.
It's the freeway. They get off the interstate.
If we're putting them at our boundaries.
That's coming off the freeway.
There's also that big one
Yeah.
as you come off.
Other stuff.
So that's a welcome to Meridian as people come off the freeway and enter both the north and south part of our community. So there is one on the north side that was before there was a unified plan that was designed as part of the split corridor or prior to the split corridor. And the other monument sign has been identified as a location since that master plan has been put in place.
Maybe just to
Okay.
add to that a little bit, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Milam, that sign was actually originally planned to go in the island at the off-ramp from the interstate, and then FHWA denied our request. So it's not our ideal first location, but that is the idea that people getting off the freeway headed southbound on Meridian Road, that we welcome them into town. But we tried to get it in the influence of the interchange. We thought we had it ITD, approved it, and then the feds stepped in and said, nope, you can't put it there. So it's plan B, but just a little bit more background. on
And a
the
lot of that
location.
was driven by South Meridian residents. They felt the only signage you really saw was the birds of prey, and you didn't know if you were going through Meridian. Was it Cuna? Where are we? And so that was part of that South Side pride. That South Side came out of my
Flipping south.
out of my listening tour. We had a chant going on the South Side, so they're in search of an identity down there. Down there. Okay. You Southsiders, soon to be, yes. Any other questions on that one? Are we looking at removing this enhancement?
Yes.
Looks like I have.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Byrd.
are we leaving in the facilitators, the two facilitators, 100,000 for,
I think that's another
We haven't
discussion.
discussed that yet.
well, it's part of the enhancements on this.
Well, can we just
Okay,
first,
yeah.
One at a
are
time.
we removing the sign?
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Gordon.
I'm comfortable if they come out. I'm not heartburned if, the only thing that gives me some pause, well, in addition to the year-over-year commitment to a program, but also is if the expense of a sign, a monument sign, which is a fantastic part of the city, is borne by us as opposed to individual developers. If that cost share falls more on us and less on them, that would lean me to keep it in our budget as it is.
And again,
But I can go either way.
on this, on the Locust Grove one, is that moving forward? So we at least need to fund that half of the sign? I don't
Madam-
want to come back for a budget enhancement or a budget amendment.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, so the Locust Grove sign was put on hold due to the reconfiguration of that intersection, which is anticipated in the near future. And those funds were reallocated towards the St. Luke's sign that is looking at going in, as well as the one that's looking to go in on the Winston Moore property just on the north side. So the original funding for this was in FY15. A $30,000 budget enhancement was brought forward with the intention of doing the Locust Grove sign at that time. But further discussions with the property owners and other anticipated shifted that off. And as far as when is the appropriate time will largely depend upon when that property redevelops. We continue to be in conversations with the church at that location as they try to figure out what they're going to do with their property. And when they make those decisions is the appropriate time to do that, working along with ACHD to make sure it's put in the appropriate location for the road and other improvements in the area. So That's where the funding originated. We started with $30,000. We came back to council to get additional funding when we thought we were going to put it in the interchange, because that sign was going to be larger and have a different cost. So now we have the total of $45,000 that we currently have for 2 signs that we hope to have put up later this year. We're waiting for better bids to come out, and we just got approval for the second sign location with Winston Moore's group. So that will likely be something that occurs before December, would be my hope.
So those are 2 signs that are currently underway. And these other 2 are anticipated, or this request is anticipated for what locations?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, in the enhancement request, we listed, I think, 6 or 7 potential locations. A lot of that will largely depend on the willingness of a property owner to grant us the easement necessary to construct it. And we haven't had those conversations like we have with W.H. Moore until we don't want to have those conversations until we can deliver something. But there are locations listed. I believe the one at Overland and Meridian Road was listed on there. 10 Mile, I believe 10 Mile, and so at the 10 Mile interchange, basically both sides. And again, I'm going off of memory, not off the enhancement. I don't have it in front of me, but we listed 6 or 7 potential locations. And that's, if this stays in the budget, I mean, that certainly would come back to you and say which ones of these are the highest priority for you to place these, or one, if there's one in the budget. Where do you want us to work with that on working with that property owner on granting us an easement to construct?
Okay, so that was more my question. Are there discussions underway? Are there to work the plan? And if the 2 are can't be completed in this budget year, we've apparently forwarded that or transferred that money into the next budget year.
Correct.
Then we have 2 signed projects already moving forward that that is taking your time and attention. So this probably does make sense at this point to take off.
Okay.
Okay. Everyone good with that? Okay. Did you have a comment?
Madam Mayor, I was just referring to what you were discussing about earlier about how to move forward with requests to discuss the expenses before the revenue, finalize the expenses before the revenues. I think it would be beneficial to us to vote on any items that you wish to discuss. In this case, this particular item, if you can conduct a vote, and I'm more than happy to facilitate the vote, just simple yeses and nos, we can tabulate it, and then whatever the answer is, we can, give you the answers. But again,
Yes is to remove this one.
this one was clear, yes. But going forward, if we have any other items, if we can tabulate or do a vote on those, that would help us. That way we can satisfy the request to discuss the expenses to see where we sit at the end of the day.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is item number 4, citizen access to government facilitator. Does council need additional information on this? I heard from Councilman Byrd that there was a question on that. Or I guess my list is different than what we see on the screen. You can go to the priority of government project facilitator first. That's the $75,000 enhancement request. There is an update on this, and I'm going to turn this over to J.C. Holman to give you an overview of the field trip they went on and to further flesh out this request and what it means to the city, and she's got an update for you on that.
Okay, Madam Mayor, members of the council, when we last met at the first budget workshop, I'd let you know that we were going to be coming back with more information on this because we were getting ready to head out on a road trip to gather some information from various locations throughout the state of Washington who actually, at the state level and at the local level, went through priorities of government, priority-based budgeting. Sometimes those terms are used interchangeably. So I went on a trip, 4 days in a car, with Tom Berry, Todd Lavoie, Robert Simison, and Mark Niemeyer.
I'm sorry. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I survived.
Above and beyond, right?
I survived. I've got the T-shirt. Anyhow, Tom Berry and his team, I think, deserve kudos for putting together a great, diverse spectrum of locations and different forms of government that have gone through this that we got to meet with. We got access to some of the top people in these organizations, and we're really able to have extremely candid conversations with them about how they went through the process, how it went, recommendations for us. And basically what we figured out is there's a whole lot of different ways to do it. So we met from cities to state level to policy people in Washington and got a really, really good overview of it. So this is kind of our road trip here that we took. We started out on Monday, got back Thursday evening just in time for the city picnic. These are the 6 locations that we went to. The first one was the city of Vancouver. The second one, this is at the state level. This was, we met with a gentleman by the name of Marty Brown. He's the executive director of the Washington State Board for Community and Technical Colleges. But in his prior life, I can't remember which governor he worked for, but he was a head budget, I think, and policy guy for them. So he had a lot of insight into how they went through this process at the state level. The third location, we met with the Office of Financial Management. At the state level, we had a senior budget analyst, or senior budget assistant to the governor, and met with them. Then we met with the city of Redmond, the city of Bellevue, and we ended up on Thursday morning with a gentleman by the name of Jason Mercier, and he works for the Washington Policy Center, which is the Center for Government Reform. Now, I added this picture just to make fun of Robert. So this is proof that Robert not only does not do casual Friday, he doesn't do casual any day. So the reason that this is put forward in this budget cycle as an enhancement is because we have a strategic goal, which is to enhance transparency. And there's 2 objectives, Objective 3E2, which is to conduct a priorities of government exercise, and Objective 3E4, which is to institute a priority-based budgeting system, which is our end goal with this. This is a top priority, and this is phase 1 to get us headed down that path to priority-based budgeting. And just I'm just going to read you the definition of priority-based budgeting and where we're hoping to get. It says, priority-based budgeting says that resources should be allocated according to how effectively a program or service achieves the goals and objectives that are of greatest value to the community. In this approach, a government identifies its most important strategic priorities, and then through a collaborative, evidence-based process, ranks programs or services according to how well they align with the priorities. The government then allocates funding in accordance with the ranking. So, priorities of government in a nutshell. We think that the way to go about it and the advice that we got on our road trip is to start with having a performance management program. Then you go through the public input process, and eventually you align those priorities to your budget and get to a priority-based budgeting approach. So in the first part of the process, what we need to do is take an inventory of all of our programs, activities in each department. We come through, we have this inventory, and we ask the questions. What do we do? Why do we do it? Is this the role of government? Are we duplicating a service that someone already does? And is this a program that has a shelf life? Did we start it 6 years ago and it made sense and it was great at the time and it accomplished the goals we were trying to achieve, and now it doesn't need to be done anymore? That's what we need some help with and what we would like to hire a consultant for. That's a huge project. That's what we heard from everybody everybody that we went on this road trip and talked to said this is a big project. You must have buy-in from mayor and all of the council members to head down the road to get to priority-based budgeting, and it starts here. So basically ranking all of our activities, our programs, and putting a cost to it. What does it cost us to run that program? And not just how much revenue does it bring in and how much, but for example, an example I'd like to give is, let's say, our passport program. Right now I can tell you that $25 a passport is what we get per application. And I have a fully funded position that is dedicated to passports, and so I know basically her fully loaded cost. But is that all of the true costs? No. I mean, if you go through and were to just take that one program, what does the computer cost? What does the postage cost? What does the person cost? How many hours is everybody else answering telephone calls? How many do we have to do per year to cover the cost of this program? And should we be doing it? So basically going through, what we want to do is hire a consultant to go through and inventory all these programs, figure out what they cost, and then help us. The next phase would be to develop key performance indicators that go with each of these activities and programs. So, for example, you know, I send these quarterly dashboards out. I'm working on the next quarter to send out to you here in the next couple of weeks, and it's great. It gives you information. You know, we collect the data, we report the data, but what we are missing is that key performance indicator. Am I performing to any standard? Am I meeting any goals? Am I doing what I should be, achieving the standards, I guess, of what this program is? Am I doing enough passports? So, anyhow, after we get through that, that's phase one of getting towards a priority-based budgeting system. Phase two would be seeking public input. Also, through our road trip, we found out, man, there's a whole lot of different ways to do it. Different ways that all of these entities engage their public, and that's something we would get to define. How do we want to do town halls? Do we want to do surveys? Do we want to do, we can design that as we go, and it'd be really great to design that together. And I'll leave you with the very last slide. Sorry, I've skipped a few. Oh, sorry, I've missed a slide here. It didn't print out. This is an example of Washington State did something called Washington Works. And this is after they went through their priorities of government exercise. They listed all their activities and programs, and they came up with these different performance indicators, key performance indicators. So they have a website you can go to and look at. They are constantly gathering their data, reporting their data, putting it here, and this is how they hold themselves accountable. That's just an example of what we could do. And then tie those key performance indicators to all of our budget items. So Jason Mercier was the one who we met with last, and he's with the Washington Policy Center, and he does a blog post. And so I went out, he had emailed us and said that he blogged about us on the day that we met with him. Anyhow, and that was his ideas and what he blogged about. What he told us is the natural next step in our budgeting process is to identify measurable performance outcome for those programs funded in the budget. You can read the rest of his comments here because I think they're excellent. So again, what we're asking for is money for a consultant to come in and help us inventory, put a cost to all of our programs and activities in the city, and get us on that first phase towards what is a top priority in our strategic plan, which is priority-based budgeting. With that, I've got all my other team members here, and I don't know if I've left anything out of anybody who went on this trip, or if they'd like to add anything. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Sorry, I'm jumping the gun. Sorry. So this is a one-time expense?
I believe so. At this point, we think we could do it for, this is a guess at this point. We don't know totally what that would cost. This is what we came up with, what we believe this would cost, and yes, it's one-time expense for this phase of getting to priority-based budgeting.
Well, so my question is, I guess, then after that, then what? Do we need somebody to administer it? Is this something that our internal auditor could take care of?
Thank you. I have lots of ideas, yes. I think in order to have a performance management system, performance management program is where we need to go. I would love to have part of this auditor position or whatever it ends up being. I would love that position to be a performance analyst. Not sure where they would be located. That would not be probably for me to determine, but I would love to have a performance analyst that once this consultant gets us through inventorying all of these programs, putting the cost to it, helping develop these key performance indicators, And then they're the person who is managing. I kind of showed you that example of what Washington State had on their website. I think we would need a full-time person to do that, and the person who's got the hammer making sure that, we're gathering the data, we have people are doing what they're supposed to do to give us all of that information, be able to provide it to you, tie it to the budget, everything. So yeah, I would love that.
Madam Mayor,
that's where we need to
follow
go.
up. So when you have these conversations with other cities, and do they have somebody full-time dedicated to just this? Because I'm not saying that this is all, we have an internal auditor, and it seems like this fits hand in hand. This would be something that that person would be able to take care of, but not their sole job. So do you think this is a full-time job just to monitor this, or that it could be done by somebody who has other duties as well?
I don't know. Until we go through the process and see what the volume of work is, I don't know. We go through, some of the ideas that I have, which if I'm speaking out of turn, my team members can, I'm sure, speak up, because we all have, different ideas and takes on this. Once you gather all of that data, for example, the first place we went was the city of Vancouver, and they had just hired a full-time performance analyst, the gentleman who oversees all of that, works with the departments, is working through developing the costs to these programs and key performance indicators and reporting. Yes, a full-time job for that guy. That's what he's doing. I think he'd been there a year and a half at that point and had gotten through 3 or 4 departments and was working his way through that. And then you talk about the state level, well, that's a whole different ballgame there. The state of Washington has so many programs that they do. So yeah, all of these places had different, they had performance analysts, or they had budget analysts, or they had, and it was a full-time job for everyone. It's a lot of work.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Kavner.
JC, in these organizations that you visited, do they articulate what their total cost was to implement these types of programs?
Yeah, what's really difficult is it's different to every location. So some of them, on the state level, I don't know. Don't have my notes with me right now, and I know that I do have some of those numbers there. If anybody else on the team can remember that, I don't know if you do, Mark.
Madam Mayor, members of council, when we met with Washington State, they actually brought in the guy that wrote the book on this. And I believe their total cost, Tom, you can correct me if I'm wrong, $300,000, roughly. That's good. I was going to say $1 million, so I was way over. But the cost varied. The 2 cities, Redmond and Bellevue, I believe they did it internally with some consultant help. So the cost does vary. I will caution, I think JC did a great job of presenting this, and as the guy that was probably least excited to go on this trip, I think it was invaluable, what we learned. But the caution I would have is, and to reiterate, it's a lot of work. It takes a lot of time and dedication, and it needs to be something that if we go down this road, council and the mayor need to be on the same page with, need to drive, because of the resource commitment to it. But I would agree, and I think that's where we all agreed, there is benefit to doing this.
And I would add that some of the things that we saw in a couple of the cities were this process was initiated because they were in a time of crisis. So really, they started out just trying to figure out what to cut and slash. In the end, when we got to speaking with Jason Mercier with the Washington Policy Center, one of his quotes that I actually wrote in my notes, he said, "You are in the perfect position to do this because you're not under that pressure and that timeline, and we've got to get it done in a couple of months because we've got to get it through this next budget cycle and figure out what we've got to cut." This, you can do a full analysis and put together an excellent performance management program. And anyhow, so I think we are positioned perfectly to start this now and get to priority-based budgeting. And I know, Todd, you've talked about priority-based budgeting for a long time, and if you have anything to add about that.
Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you, JC. Part of the priority-based budgeting, learning objective we had was support of what the mayor and I have been talking about for 2 to 3 years. We've had this on our radar for a couple of years. We've brought it up in previous budget discussions. The mayors and I have discussed this, and it really does come down to what Mark and JC have said. It comes down to resources. One of the primary reasons we were not able to get it done in finance is because we have a limited amount of resources. We have a department of 1 for budget. Again, this consultant would definitely help build the framework that we could move forward with, and what Genesis and JC mentioned, you could possibly use the auditor position to help fulfill that resource need. So again, we're in complete support of it. We believe there's a lot of benefits to priority-based budgeting. It not only tells you, the council, what we have and what we do and why we do it, also gets the transparency to the citizens of what we do, why we do it, and how we do it. So again, finance has been supportive of this with the mayor for the last 2 to 3 years. I think it'll be a great tool for us as a city to emphasize and to utilize, especially in a great time, like Jason Mercier stated, this is the best time to do it rather than a crisis.
And it really allows us better policy discussions to have a broader understanding of what program costs are, that builds in the replacements, the maintenance, and it compares that to outcomes and how we are delivering those outcomes with those resources. So you can start seeing what our community priorities, council priorities, business necessary, and what those various costs are, which will allow better decision making and seeing if there is a time frame that it's exceeded or the shelf life has expired on a program and it's not performing as anticipated, and then the discussion is, do we continue to fund that program? And so that is the ultimate in what this is the first piece to get us to that.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Kavanaugh.
maybe a question for JC or any of the members that were on the road show. You know, I'm obviously a cheerleader for our staff, and I think that we've got the best employees in the state. Are there elements of this now with our current staff that we could form a team to be working on elements of this, not a fully, built out program, but recognizing that there's a sliding scale with this, especially related to the cost. And I'm fascinated with priority-based budgeting, but I'm wondering if bringing in a consultant is the right decision now versus utilizing some of our already really talented staff to take that initial first step.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Kavanaugh, we were heavily advised against that throughout our road trip. That's what they said. They advised us, get a consultant, go about it that way. Having someone from the outside facilitate the process, they're looking at it from outside of an each department perspective. So that's, could we do it? A little bit. But everything we heard, because we haven't gone through it, I can't tell you how much work it's going to take, but I can tell you that the 6 different organizations we talked to said it's a lot of work. It's worth it, but it's a lot of work. So I think the first step of going through and analyzing all of these programs and activities, just articulating everything that we do, and putting a cost to that and then a key performance indicators to that would be huge. I don't know how long that would take with internal staff. I know that Mr. Barry has an employee who's working on something like this for his department. He may be able to speak to that a little bit better, but it's been a lot of time for, I believe David Miles has been working on this for just some of these performance management statistics for their department.
Great.
Okay, any other questions?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, Mr.
Mr.
President,
Kavanaugh.
I don't know if this is the right time for this conversation, and so if it has stopped me, I appreciate the work that our directors have done to bring us this information. I love the fact that this isn't a project that was thought up on Monday and presented to us on Friday. There's been multiple years of really reviewing and researching this. That said, I still think it's somewhat premature for us to be bringing in a consultant, especially in light of where we don't quite know where we are with the auditor position. What I heard a lot of is that this project takes a lot of time. It potentially costs a lot of money. There's still a lot of questions that we don't know the answers to. And I think to Ms. Holman's point, we want to make sure we do this right the first time. And so rather than rushing to get this program created and funded in next fiscal year, I'd suggest holding off for an additional year until we have our auditor position fleshed out.
Move down the road for a strategic plan for the city. This was listed as a high priority in building greater accountability and transparency and important steps into determining cost of programs and building transparency and accountability to our citizens. This is an integral and critical first step in implementing the strategic plan and tying that strategic plan to performance indicators to know that where we're spending our resources and how we're performing to our strategic plan, that we're moving the dial. And we're either serious to that strategic plan and delivering those objectives, or and implementing it into our culture and our operations. And what the outcome I'm most excited about is the measurements. We need to, if you can't measure something, you can't manage it. And this is going to be an important piece to that strategic plan. It's an important piece to the budget process and how we're spending our resources. And it's a real important step into really cataloging what programs we do and why they're important to this council and to our community. So again, it's the critical first step to the strategic plan, and I think we really highlighted it when we brought the strategic plan in front of council as if we're serious about moving the dial, raising our efforts to more focused and measured actions. This is a critical step in moving us forward. And we can move it 1 year down the line, but I think that just moves us 1 year further behind in delivering the levels of service that we told our citizens that we were moving towards. And that accountability and transparency piece is critical, in my opinion. It will be a tool that our citizens will gain great value, and it's a critical step. So, and ultimately, I think as you identify the activities in each of our departments, you will have a better eye and accountability to the budget that is presented to you each year as well.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Borton.
Councilman Cavanagh brings up a good point, and is the solution that if this were to be included in the budget, but the sequence of events very well might be that the auditor or the performance management analyst position is defined and perhaps filled prior to engaging. So this might, if it were to be included, perhaps it is initiated in the winter after that position is filled. So they're done in the right order.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Borton, yeah, it would be great if we were to hire a consultant to come on board and help us through this process, and we ultimately had a performance analyst who's going to manage this program, to have them working alongside each other and going through and developing all of that together would be ideal.
Makes sense.
That is the ideal order of.
Yeah, it's not Councilman Cavanaugh's concern, I think hit it right on the head, was you kind of do have to do them in the right order.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah, but I think it can be done in the same year. you know, it almost has to be in tandem to help guide. Yes, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Madam Mayor, Mr. President, Councilman Borton, I think that the discussion though needs to be if we would even be moving forward with that position. So I guess my thoughts, it'd be imprudent to fund a consultant for a program that potentially we might not have a position available to manage. Again, I think that many of us that are up here are supportive of priority-based budgeting. It's just a matter of the right time. And to the mayor and the director's credit, they've continued to research this and looking for what they think is the right time. And now is the opportunity for council to learn more about this, to have a position available, and to look to the future for when that right time may actually be.
I guess I would just add that if, irregardless of the position, this is an important piece to moving forward on our strategic plan and working, our department's working with a consultant in developing those KPIs. I think that the measurement tool is extremely important, and also the evaluation of where we're putting resources in each of our departmental efforts and evaluating those, irregardless of a position. Ideally, if there is a performance analyst, it would be important for that person to work as this rolls out. But if the decision from council is not to move forward with that position, this is needed.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Palmer.
Madam Mayor, my informal vote would be in line with Councilman Cavanaugh to bring this up again next year.
Okay. So I guess on this, suggested by our finance director, then we will have a vote on, does this stay in or is it removed? So,
Madam Mayor, sorry, can I throw something else in? And I want to be devil's advocate for a minute on this. So I love the idea, and I think that it is very important. However, if we're going to have to hire somebody full-time going on just to manage just this program, we have to decide, is it worth $100,000 a year to manage programs and pull, oh, well, this, we're spending $15,000 on this and it's not very important, so let's pull it out, but now it's costing us $100,000 a year, and which is why I would love to see the internal auditor position take that over. In light of that, we need to hire that person first and have that person be here a while and get, used to some other duties that would go along, and then work with the program and see if that can be done. And that being said, the fiscal year goes all the way through next October. So by approving this doesn't mean that this has to be done this fall. And that we have to hire somebody by October 1st, though we have agreed that we will be hopefully ready to do that process. And so if we hired somebody this fall, this potentially could all be happening next summer. So just throwing it out there. We have a fiscal year 17 is a long way away.
And I guess I don't know how this activity got tied to the need for a full-time employee. But this activity helps in delivering the strategic plan and starting to walk each of the departments through their programming, assigning what those costs are, helping the departments develop KPIs, and the monitoring of performance can be discussed at some point, but I was not on the road trip, but I don't think that this has to have a full-time person to implement a program. First, it's important to identify what resources, whether it's budget or people resources, money or people, are going into programs and starting to develop program costs, and working with the departments, that facilitator. Certainly, the accountability piece is the next thing in line, and holding a single point of contact to what those deliverable expectations are. But there's a lot going into it before you get to that point.
Madam Mayor, in response to that. Sorry. So JC said that it is a full-time job to monitor this, based on the research that she did. And what I don't want to do is waste funds on something that we're not going to be willing to fund a position to monitor it, and in which case, so I am in support of this program, don't get me wrong, but that's where my concern lies, is the monitoring of it.
Let's take a vote.
Okay. We're going to vote?
Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Madam Mayor. If I,
It's like, where did that
I'm in the
voice
corner.
come from?
if I could
Mr.
just
Niemeyer.
add one piece from the team that went, in listening to the discussion, I believe JC is correct, and I know Tom just sent me a text, tying the position, whatever you call it, auditor, performance analyst, whatever it is, tying that position to the consultant that would come in to help us walk through this process of looking at programs and activities and putting cost to those programs, and then also establishing benchmarks to those programs, is very important to tie those two together, and they do go hand in hand. I believe that hiring the position first to start driving that and bringing in the consultant to work with that individual is very important. This is not a 2-month, 3-month process. Going through this is a 12 to 18-month process, because this is not the way we have budgeted in the past. We haven't looked at articulating cost of programs and then benchmarking to programs. So it's performance-based budgeting. It's not a quick overnight and in 2 seconds we're done. This is really a culture change in what we're doing. So before you vote, I just wanted to throw that in from the team's perspective moving forward. Again, reiterate, it is hard work, it is staff time. I believe, to Councilwoman Milam's point, could this position manage performance and also somewhat manage the strategic plan and a couple of other duties that you all have a priority on? Yes. I think when we talk about additional duties, the concern from a director standpoint is always job creep. So do those duties all of a sudden become so extensive and long that you're no longer focused on anything? So that'd be my caution there, but I wanted to put that out there on behalf of the team before you vote on the issue.
Okay. I would then say on this item, those that support removing it indicate by saying, or aye.
Aye. Aye.
And those that would like to see it remain in the budget also indicate by saying aye.
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 We're tied.
Aye.
Aye, aye, aye.
Well, we'll come back to this item.
Leave it in.
We'll keep it in for now and revisit it at
The end?
at the end.
Okay.
Okay. I believe the next question was on the facilitator for citizen access to government. And were there questions on that?
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Board?
that was one on the list of excluding it at the time, and I don't know if it needs a whole lot of discussion. It didn't seem to rise to the level of the discussion we've just had, and the priority of government project facilitator includes public involvement and education plan. Within the scope of that, it seemed to be just spreading the focus a little thin, that it might be something worth deferring.
And I think that when this was presented, it was stated that, you know, it could be, Robert, I think you probably want to just make a quick comment. If we ever get through other government, then we're going to call a break, too.
We can make it quick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Yeah. When I put this together, if you guys recall, Council elevated this item in the strategic plan to a high priority. At the time of the discussion, it was felt that yes, an outside review was warranted, much like the conversations that you've heard, from IT and others. Can we do this by ourselves? You bet. When I get to it, I'll get to it. It's been sitting on my desk now for 2 months, and I haven't moved on it since the last time I presented the information to you. But if you want to have that outside review, that's what these funds are for. Will it take $25,000? I don't know. It could take $3,000. It could take $5,000. I can't put a budget amount to it at this point in time. This was a placeholder. So it really is, since you guys elevated this to a high priority, whether you feel that outside review is warranted or not. And if you don't, we'll remove that line item from the objective, and we won't do an outside review, and we'll do it internal, and we'll complete it as soon as we can. Stand for any questions if you have anything further. But
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
all right.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Kevner.
just a comment then. Thanks for the perspective, Robert. I think we as a council do find it to be important and valuable. It's a challenge when we don't have a articulated cost. And I also recognize it's again, we're all about chicken and the egg today, and asking staff to come back with recommendations based on the feedback that we provide without giving them clear direction, so they're not able to bring us an exact price, and so therefore we're saying, well, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. In light of our discussion about what are things that are critical needs, out of respect for the mayor and the directors for bringing us a 0% increased budget, I'm in the mind of, again, this year that we remove this item. I'm happy to vote now if we want to, because I think people want a break.
No, I would say let's vote on this, because as you heard from Robert, it's on there because it was a stated priority from council. So those in favor of keeping this on, please state by saying aye. Okay, it's removed. That was quick, and I guess I'm going to take a break. 10 minutes. I said we were going to get through other government. Okay, well, go ahead and wonder where our finance director is?
Madam Mayor,
Right there.
can I ask a quick
Mr.
question?
Borton.
Hey, Ralph, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, is that better? Much better. Okay.
He said he
I
could
guess
hear
a good reminder of speaking into your
Yeah, I
microphone.
was too quiet.
And someday we're going to have the ones that will light up when they're turned on, so I know whether to correct you or not before Dean does. And since Dean's not here,
Fair enough.
just eat the mic.
Will do.
Okay, and thanks for bringing that to their attention, Ralph. We appreciate you being here. Okay, any other questions under other government?
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Borton.
There was, inside other government, there is the expenditure for transportation services of 180,000. That includes, in the back of the binder, it references what that's comprised of, and it's the bus service, a portion of which I think includes the Saturday service for 60,000. And I failed to recognize this earlier, but I thought I would ask if the Saturday service is gone. Does the
Just to answer that, since I don't see Caleb here, the Saturday service, council had the discussion to to bring that to a work group that has been working with VRT on how they can deliver service to our
Okay.
senior and disabled
So leave it-
community.
it's in for now.
I think that there is an update that probably we need to have VRT come and give.
Okay.
Robert, do you have an idea if they're ready to bring a recommendation? I know Ken said they're very close. They worked with Church of the Harvest or Harvest
Caleb.
Church to facilitate or administer the program. Unbound has also been brought into it, the library, in terms of, well, instead of making it up, I'll turn this over to Caleb.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Borton, I heard your question. I don't know what other dialogue has gone on, but let me bring you up to speed a little bit on the money that's in the FY16 budget and then moving forward into 17 as well. Next Tuesday on your agenda, Todd Morris with Valley Regional Transit will be before you and will present what they're calling the lifestyle service option for Meridian. It is geared towards seniors and persons with disabilities. I don't want to go into the whole service, but basically breaks Meridian up into two service areas, a couple of vans, there's community partners involved. What they're going to propose to you is to take the money for the Saturday fun bus that's in this year's budget and use that for startup costs, marketing, to do the match to purchase the two vans, buy some other ancillary equipment for the ride line, a computer, laptop, that type of a thing, so that they can be up and running by October 1. So that money will be used, not all of it. They'll come to you with a budget. It was a placeholder. At the time, we weren't quite sure what the service was going to be in FY17 and going forward. It is substantially less this first year because there's a pretty substantial federal match. Moving forward, will be more in line with what's proposed in FY17. But hopefully that kind of helps. But that is just next Tuesday, the 26th, for you to hear that. So.
Perfect.
Yeah, and we apologize. This was a discussion item last year, and it was to not fund the fund bus and to then begin this exercise in looking at how we can build a better service for our seniors and our disabled. So it's taken a process. They've been very careful in working with a citizen group and a stakeholder group, and they've been in front of council a couple of times to give an update. And since they were last here, they have found the community partners to help in delivering the program itself. And so that's what they'll be coming back with to discuss.
Okay.
Mr. Palmer.
Madam Mayor, it's no secret that I'm not a big fan of VRT. And rather than rediverting the funds from the failure that was the fun bus, I'd rather see us just not spend that money.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Mr. Kavner.
Mr. Palmer, I've heard you time and time again talk about how you think it's important that we provide transportation options to our seniors and our neediest of all citizens. And here I think we've got a proposal that meets the things that you have said are important related to public transportation. So I'm surprised to hear that you are now against a program that I've heard you speak in favor of so many times in taking care of those needy folks.
Madam Mayor?
I feel like I'm in between something. Mr. Palmer.
Madam Mayor, that's the role of chairman, so thank you for being there for us. Yeah, and if we could drop funding of any other type of program, I'm happy to do whatever I can for those that are in that needful position. But I don't want to fund anyone else's transportation.
Okay, I will say this has been a huge community need for our seniors that have expressed it in a number of town halls, in our citizen surveys, and our the mayor's senior advisory board. This has been a number one concern in terms of mobility and options for those that cannot drive. And I would add, after being in a car with my grandfather, should not drive. So.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Palmer.
And while surveys and all are great, I think if we based our budget simply on people's wish lists from Santa Claus, then there would be no need for council. So I feel like we've been elected to take a look at what the surveys have said and then make responsible decisions for the finances everyone else has trusted us with.
I appreciate your expressing your opinion. Ms. Milo.
I'm for the program, but as Caleb said, the amount this year is substantially less because of federal grants. So should we at least change the number to the correct number? Do you know what that is?
Madam Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Milam, I can look that up. Todd Morris was at the Meridian Transportation Commission meeting just on Monday and had a breakdown of what that was. Just off of memory, I'm thinking it was in the $17,000 range, something like that. Again, the idea, what they're going to propose to you on Tuesday is to use all of the $60,000 that's in FY16 to get it ready for 17, but that our portion next year is 16 or 17. So if you give me a minute, it's saved on that computer right there. I could pull that up and show you what they're looking at, well, for 17, 18, and 19 actually. But if you're so inclined, I could get you an exact dollar amount of what they're going to
Oh, good.
ask
So
for.
it won't be the entire 60,000. That's awesome. So if you can do that, we'll go ahead and move on as he looks that up. Any other questions in that? Okay. So any questions on streetlights? So we'll move out of admin, and the next area is our fire. Mr. Kavner.
Either a question for you or Keith or Todd, as we move into some of the outside admin enhancements, there's a significant amount of unfunded enhancements in the next few that we're going to be discussing. I assume the goal is for us to be discussing the unfunded ones during this process as well, and if some council member thinks they should be funded, that we discuss it during that time as well.
I'd say so.
Thanks, Todd.
What you see in front of you is the anticipated cost to the program that you'll be hearing about next week. For 2017, it's just less than 20,000, and then am I reading that right?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I misspoke earlier. So it's actually just less than
$40,000.
$20,000 per service district, and that's where I misread it or misinterpreted it for you. So it's really closer to 39,118 is what they're looking at for that first year to operate that service. So $40,000 instead of the 60 would cover that service.
Madam Mayor?
Then it jumps up to 100.
Question real quick for Caleb. Sorry, as you're walking away. I recall reading in a daily newspaper about a municipality to the west of us that through their budget process chose to remove some funds from VRT initially, and the response was that because they had made a commitment to provide those funds initially, it somewhat obligated them to make those funds available for future years. Can you maybe explain to us what type of obligation we have to fund this year over year?
Sure, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Kavanagh. You aren't, I mean, it shows how you could potentially fund this over time. The proposal, though, is just going to be for FY17 and test that out. Now, depending on how successful or not it is, you may have constituents that the expectation is there that you then fund it for 18, 19, 20, and into the future. But what VRT is only, you aren't having to bind future councils by your decision on Tuesday. It will just be a year-to-year agreement that we have between our two agencies. So isn't a multi-year commitment.
Thank you.
Well, and I think it's also just while you're standing there. So we're talking about the 60,000 that we had allocated as a placeholder as this committee vetted the best system for seniors, and that included Uber, by the way, in terms of cost of delivery. But there's that 60,000, but there's also 30,000 that has been a long time commitment to the senior center in developing and delivering transportation. So are we talking $90,000?
No, Madam Mayor, what will be explained to you on Tuesday in more detail is the agreement with the senior center will basically cease if you approve this model.
Yeah, so we already had a placeholder for 30,000 for the senior center transportation. We had the 60,000, so if it's reduced to 40,000, then we're adding 50,000 back into our base or back into our budget.
That is the idea for 17, if you will. I mean, again, we're not committed to 17 or 18, but if you look into 18, 19,
then you get
that
back
match
up
rate does
into that.
go back up to that roughly $90,000 mark. So,
Just wanted to be clear. Okay, so we moved into the fire. Department, and I know the chief is available for any questions in that area. And I do know that during our workshop in June, there was a discussion about the overtime line item and what happens to it if the 3 firefighters were funded, and if that would then be reduced. I think that question was still kind of out there. And Chief, do you want to give some clarity to that?
I can. Madam Mayor, members of council, in the request, in the enhancement request, we spent a considerable amount of time with Todd and Finance looking at the overtime budget as it is today and what that would look like if we had the 3 firefighters. Again, that's a projection. It doesn't anticipate a long-term injury, a early retirement, a vacancy that occurs in November if somebody takes a job elsewhere. The thought being, if we did reduce it to the 268 that we're proposing, from what it is at today, if that one-off occurrence were to happen, we have an early retirement, we have somebody leave unexpectedly, I would come before you as council, explain the unexpected vacancy, and if we needed to ask for additional revenue at that point, we could, based on something that was unexpected. The budget was built off of 6 years worth of data and analysis to say, here's what we would project under normal working circumstances.
Council, any questions regarding the enhancements that are in the proposed budget or any of those that fall in the unfunded area? Mr. Palmer?
Madam Mayor, just a quick question for the chief. Just looking at the shift training captain position, and it may just be a normal budgeting plan that, because I'm kind of new to this process. Where it's itemized, it mentions vehicle repair and vehicle maintenance. Why is it that that's something that's built into a position as opposed to another way?
So, Madam Mayor, Councilman Palmer, anytime we add a vehicle to a position, which this would have a dedicated vehicle to, you always add in a certain amount for maintenance and also repair. Because throughout the year we have oil changes, we have tire rotations, we have all those things to keep our vehicles maintained. Repairs we tend to keep kind of lower on those staff vehicles because quite honestly we don't have a ton of those repairs. They're usually primary to the engine, the truck, the brush rigs. But we do add that into the base so that we account for it and don't go over budget and have unexpected maintenance and repair costs. And we track that and trend it out. So with the dollar amount that we put in that budget request is based on the trend of what we spend.
Okay, so it's based on the additional use of a vehicle by the creation of the position.
Correct.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions?
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Borton?
just on the unfunded enhancement list, I talked to the chief. There were some of these relatively smaller but important items that the investigation equipment, the slide tray, the portable garage, that seemed certainly worthy of inclusion. It sounded like those might have been able to be accomplished with existing budgeted funds. Is that correct?
Councilman Borden, that is correct. We're looking to the FY16 base budget to see what we can possibly do this year, and then also in the FY17 base. Again, working very closely with finance, understanding lines may have to be pushed around just a little bit, but at the end of the budget year, we're looking for the black number, which is our goal. And so we believe that we could absorb those items within the 16 and 17 base.
Madam Mayor, just for what it's worth, the other unfunded enhancement from fire, I thought the fire station Wi-Fi seemed to be a relatively small number, and I was quite frankly surprised we don't have that already provided and available. So if there was something that would be worthy of inclusion, that would be one with regards to fire that I would support.
Here.
Yes, Ms. Mylum.
Councilman Borton, I believe at the last budget hearing I asked that question, and it was because they don't currently have the equipment that they're going to need that Wi-Fi for. Is that?
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Mylum, one of the things I discussed at the June budget hearing, there is a current need for Wi-Fi in the stations. However, as we move into what's called station alerting, and it's a process in which when the dispatcher enters the address of the call, instead of waiting for them to finish that processing and then push the button and alert the stations, as soon as they enter that address in the issue, station alerting sends a signal to the station that comes through the Wi-Fi system into a digital reader board, and then the bells go off and all that. That's not currently a capability we have. That's something that we're looking regionally at trying to secure a grant for through FEMA. If we don't, I'll be bringing that request next year for the stations. At that point, we will need the Wi-Fi. That's very integral to that system. The departments around the country that are using that system have shaved anywhere from 30 to 45 seconds off that call processing time, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're talking about trying to achieve a 6-minute response time, that's a piece of that response. And so if we can shave those seconds, it's very well worth it. So that was what I mentioned in June, is that piece of the equipment we don't yet have.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Kavner.
Mark, I get the Wi-Fi is one piece of the puzzle. We hear from IT all the time about replacement schedules and making sure that we've got up-to-date equipment to meet our current needs.
You want to speak into your microphone?
Sorry. Sorry, Ralph. Can you articulate to the council why the Wi-Fi is the critical need before the reader board piece, and why not just bring them both together when you're ready to move forward?
Yeah, I believe that's somewhat was the message in June, is that if we're trying to maintain a balanced budget, as far as my priorities in the fire department go and what I've put forward, this would be a lower priority than some of the other things that are still in for consideration. Certainly putting the infrastructure of the Wi-Fi in prior to that will be needed, and working with IT. I know Dave and I have been working together on this for a couple years now. We'll need to get the Wi-Fi in, but it can be done in the same budget year. In other words, we get the Wi-Fi in October, and then we get the reader boards and this other piece in July or January, whatever that time frame is. So they can be tied together in the same budget year. I think is what Dave Teedy was looking at is currently fire is one of the only departments that doesn't have Wi-Fi in these satellite locations. So from a consistency standpoint and maintaining that, it would certainly be a benefit. But I think next year when this station alerting comes forward, those two will need to be tied together in the same request. One will happen before the next.
Okay.
Okay.
Makes sense. As soon as I asked the question, I remember you bringing that up.
Any other questions? Okay. Then we'll move to parks.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Kavner.
I was hoping, I know that there had been some discussion, Steve and I had a discussion related to the pathways connections and the costs associated with that, and I was hoping maybe Steve could come up and articulate to the council the cost breakdown and where the costs are being allocated for.
Absolutely. There was some confusion over whether we were spending $50,000 on design for an $18,000 construction project, and that is not the case. I want to assure you those are two separate projects. So the design funds that are shown there are intended for getting to a shovel-ready project for pathway for a mile-long segment from 10 Mile to Black Cat along the 5 Mile Creek, kind of in the neighborhood of the wastewater treatment plant, and connecting the existing 5 Mile Creek pathway segments over toward the Oaks project that starts from Black Cat and continues west from there. The small construction project is over near McMillan and Locust Grove on an ACHD storm drain facility that is an existing gap where there are existing pathways on either side, and it would fill that gap. The other $12,000 is for citywide pathway signage to round out the total of that enhancement.
Madam Mayor, follow up, Steve, and I recognize I'm putting you on the spot, but do you have an estimated cost for construction of that pathway that once the project's designed and ready to go, ballpark figure?
I don't off the top of my head.
Okay, I recognize that's kind of a
crystal ball.
That's right.
What you remember what it cost the, the piece that we built in front of Bridge Tower? That half mile?
So, Councilman Cavanagh, members of council, we did a TAP grant through Compass for that section of pathway. So this $50,000 request would get us shovel ready, and the TAP grant was a $180,000 request.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions on the parks, either funded or unfunded?
Madam Mayor, maybe if I'll just offer on the unfunded list, just to point out on the home court piece. So we took the original home court enhancement, we divided it. The part that we feel is critical is still in the enhancement. Of the majority of the funds that are shown as unfunded, we would agree we do not need an FY17 for tenant improvements in Bay 5 until such time as the YMCA moves out. The piece that we would like to have considered, if you do look at the 3%, is the $85,000. That amount is for the home court facility manager, the full-time position that is over the home court. So that is the piece that we were including for discussion with any potential discussions of the 3%. Also just point out that the shade structure is currently unfunded. We have had discussions with some or all of you. I can't remember if it was at the last budget workshop or where, but when we were talking about Kleiner Park and the need for shade in the amphitheater, that's currently unfunded. So if we don't fund that, we don't have any funds to look at a shade project for FY17. We are still continuing to move forward with shade studies, determining what's needed. We could then look at, we can either leave it unfunded, decide to fund it, or see what pieces we can pick off with, our forestry budget, or come back with an amendment after we've done a shade study to determine what can or should be done. Right now that's unfunded, and just pointing that out. The others, the office cubicle, I think is the only other one on there we can do without this year. So,
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Kavner.
Steve, can you then articulate for us what your plan is for the home court if that site supervisor position remains unfunded? I mean, what's the business plan for that?
It puts a lot of pressure on the man right back there, Garrett White. It would be trying to do double duty until such time as it would be our intent to fund it in FY18 if it's not funded in FY17. What we did, we originally had 2 full-time positions and 5 part-time positions for the home court. What continued through was the evening site supervisor, because there is no YMCA staff there in the evenings, and we need to have an evening site supervisor there critically, and the scorekeepers and things that we need to operate programs during that first year. During the second year, after the YMCA moves out, we would have to have a daytime facility manager there full-time in FY18. So we have to fund it in FY18. It would be better to fund it in FY17 if we can, because there is a lot of work besides just being there during the day. That's the scheduling of the facility and taking all the reservations and things like that. Our plan to do it in the absence of that position is Garrett's going to pick up the slack for a year and do, job and a half for a while.
Madam Mayor.
Ms. Mylum.
How about a part-time position that, a half-time position that turns into a full-time position in FY18? Is that, take some pressure off Garrett, but not cost quite so much?
I would probably need some, I don't know that the model would work with the business plan. I see where you're going, and I like the thought process to try and preserve that, but I am not sure. I'm going to look back at Garrett, but I think probably we would make do if we can't, just do it until such time as we can. Yeah.
Well, and I know in our discussions, you would not hire that person till you absolutely need them, but we always like to put the full cost in. So it may be only 3 months of next budget year, but we want to show full impact to our base.
Absolutely. Yes. Any other questions?
Madam Mayor.
Ms. Milam.
So, and I realize after I asked that question that it would be really difficult to find somebody that could accept a part-time job that would turn into a full-time job. So
Yeah.
I was thinking you train them, but so when do you really think you'll need that person? And
Well,
what is your guess?
The work is already starting. As you might imagine, people that are, we take over ownership on October 1st, and the groups that are reserving for this fall are already meeting with us, and Garrett in particular, to take that on. So the work that's needed to schedule that facility is already happening. What's going to be added after October is the added workload of building maintenance and things that we are taking on that position would oversee.
Thank you.
So I guess my proposal would be to please consider funding it for FY17. We have a backup plan in place in case that doesn't happen.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on parks at this point?
Madam Mayor, so are we coming
Ms.
back to
Milam.
these items at the end, or we need to vote on these now?
If you have a recommendation, it's good to do it as we're in the department. So I guess now,
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Kavner.
I really believe that Parks demonstrated a need for this position. My preference is that it would have been, included and funded from the get-go, but I recognize the struggle it was to bring us the budget. I'm not. It's hard to make the decision to include it now. I feel that it's definitely worthy of discussion towards the end of our budget. I know we've already identified one item that we will review at the end of our day. Again, I don't know what the rest of the will of the council is. If the preference is no, we need to vote on this today. I recognize that creates a burden for our finance staff that have asked us to do something and we're not necessarily doing it. My apologies. I think there's a need there. If the council wants to have that discussion about it now, regardless if it means we have to take more than a 0%, I'm open to that as well. But my preference would be is that we hold this off until the end.
I think it's necessary.
Madam Mayor.
Ms. Milam.
I believe that the shade structure and the use that Kleiner Park gets is so heavily used, and there really needs to be some shade on that hill. So I would like us to include that in the budget. Know what anybody else thinks?
I'm not there.
So the shade structure is 32,000, and the position that's being requested is not the 330,000.
85.
Although I want that job.
85.
No, if you look on your unfunded enhancement sheet, it's the 85,000 that's over in the 3% column. That would be the amount, the total total fully loaded amount for that position.
Okay.
Steve, Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Byrd.
on the shade structure, is that the one we've been talking about at the band shell itself?
It's not right now. So well, it could be, but what we had talked about was the first priority would be getting shade in the seating area, which could be in the form of large trees in rows, because everyone seems to gravitate toward the pockets of shade whenever they go out to the amphitheater. And it looks like the people performing are performing to no one in the center, and all the audience is in these little pockets of shade off to the side and towards the back. Although I would say that the looking at shade on the front of the band shell is also a priority and needs to be looked at. Yes. I just don't think this would be enough budget to do both, I guess is what I'm saying.
Next year.
But we can study both.
One step at a time.
One step at a time, and we can bring you back a proposal and our investigations into shade for both the band shell and the amphitheater itself.
So this particular amount was for the first part.
The first part.
Of what's needed out there.
Correct.
Okay. So if that would be what council would like to discuss this at the end, that certainly works.
We're going to vote.
Glad? You want to do it right now?
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Byrd?
My preference would to do it right now, and I would think that if we added the 117,000, we can always take it out at the end, but right now I'd put it in. It's 32 for the shade and 85 for the home court. I think home court is definitely, if we're taking it over in October, it's definitely got to have a person out there. It can't be a part-time person that's running around doing other duties. I mean, that's a big investment for the city of Meridian out there, and we don't need to get it ran down right off the bat. And it can get ran down fast. So I would, at 117,000, I would put it in there now and hope we don't have to take it out.
Okay.
That would be my preference.
Let's vote.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Palmer?
on the discussion of shade, I think shade structures and signs kind of go together.
I'm going off the premise, keep Meridian great. Sorry. I think that's a theme right now. So we will do them on two separate things instead of
Yes.
lumped together. So those that would like to see the 85,000 for the home court employee, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, we will put that in. On the shade structure, those in favor of adding that to the budget, indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Tie?
Well, we have a tie, and I will vote on the, oh my gosh.
Don't. Let's,
I'll put that under continued discussion.
Talk about it at the end.
we'll discuss it later.
Okay, then we can talk, we start all over and talk about it all over again.
Okay, so any further discussion in parks at this point? Oh, good job. I have opportunities here. This is so exciting. Okay, police department. But just wait till we get to Public Works. Whew, you guys are in for it.
No.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Palmer.
Madam Mayor, I just have a question. It's one I meant to get to. Sorry, Chief, before today. But body worn camera license. Can you tell me about that?
Madam Mayor, Council, the body-worn camera licenses that we currently have, you have a license that goes with every camera. That license is a license to use the software, plus it has storage costs built into it. The licenses that you see on the enhancement are for the detectives. The detectives do not have a camera issued to them. Therefore, they cannot access the cloud system or the case management system. And so what you're seeing is a license that will allow them to access the body-worn camera and incorporate it into the reports and do case management. So the cost that you see is the associated cost to use that software.
Madam Mayor, follow up. Thanks. I was just like wondering if they had to have some kind of government-issued license to operate a camera in public or something weird. So that makes more sense. Thank you.
Oh, I like your theory better.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Byrd.
Chief, you've asked for 4 patrol officers, but then under the unfunded, you've got 2 sergeants and corporals. If we hire 4 more officers, we surely have to add to our patrol sergeants and corporals. It would make sense to me, so we need to fund either 1 or 2 of them.
Madam Mayor, Council, that's, we'll get into that right now then, because I was going to talk, hopefully we talk a little bit about the unfundeds as well. And so I'll just give our viewpoint and where we're at, and then ultimately it's a council decision. As you recall, in our budget workshop a month and a half ago or so, I gave you a staff allocation study that indicated we needed 9 more bodies to our force. But that 9 bodies comes at a great expense, and it also comes at a considerable amount of time to get that many people on board. We are currently hiring for some open positions. We're hiring for some retirements, and then we'll be establishing lists for any positions that we are granted for October. There's only so many positions that we can hire at one time just because of the time it takes. And so there's a good chance that it may take over 12 months for that to happen. But you are correct in that what we're trying to do is establish 2 more patrol teams. A patrol team consists of a sergeant, consists of a corporal, and it consists of 5 officers and then a canine officer. And that 9 bodies would have provided both the sergeant, the corporal, patrol staff, and it also included a school resource officer for the new middle school. I'd like to point out, though, that if you look at the unfunded balance, you're going to see 2 sergeant positions at roughly $309,000. If we approve the code enforcement supervisor position, that's going to be a civilian position that's currently supervised by a sworn position, a sworn sergeant. And so our plan is to put that sworn sergeant onto the road. And so you're already you can't split it in half because I believe there's a car and some other equipment included in there, but it would be considerable less than $309,000. So even if we were to approve everything on the unfunded right now, we would only need 1 sergeant, not 2, if we approve that civilian supervisor position. You know, it's just a matter of timing in that we are going to need them. The one concern I have is that if we are going to build a new fire station next year and we're going to need 12 bodies, if we forego these positions this year, we're probably not going to have the funding to put those officers on next year if we don't have other additional revenues coming in. So those are just some things that we have to consider. And those are why they're currently on the unfunded list, is that we need to have bodies on the streets. If we approve that one code enforcement position, I can add that supervisor to the road, and we can get by until we can hire those other positions.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the chief?
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Byrd?
what is the feeling of the council to do it? Should we discuss this unfunded for the police, or should we wait on the deal? We've got the funded enhancement, and the code enforcement supervisor is in that. So if we're going to do that, we take the unfunded down to about 160,000, let's say, from 309. If we're only needing one sergeant at that time, and then the deals. In lieu of what's been happening, and by the way, Mayor, I appreciate the article you wrote. It was very, very well written. I appreciated it very much. I don't want to see us be understaffed, and being understaffed also means having the right people in place. I believe that one of the reasons people come to this community, and one of the reasons our crime rate is so low, is because we have been proactive over the last 10, 12 years. And well, I know it's a lot of money. I think it's something that we need to really look at it hard and make sure that we don't understaff. We don't have officers out there on an island by themselves at any one time. So I'd be in favor of adding one patrol sergeant and the 2 corporals to an enhancement, so that we can put those 2 more teams out on the field, 'cause as the city's growing, and it's growing. I mean, we're bringing in land every week, new land for them to patrol. Anybody else?
Madam Mayor? Madam Mayor?
I'm sorry, Mr. Kavanagh.
Councilman Byrd, I agree with you. Don't want our officers out on an island, and I do believe we need to take a hard look at these 3 enhancements. My preference would be, though, is that these would be 3 enhancements that would make a lot of sense that we look at after we've went through everything else. That's to the chief's point. It's not a matter of if, but when, and when now would be preferred, and perhaps these would be a sufficient reason to look at a property tax increase, but my preference would be that we wait until the end to make that decision.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make one more comment. We do everything that we can to be a team player and to be a part of the city and be fiscally responsible, and we do our best to make things work. And so whatever's decided will be decided, but maybe I can put this in a little bit more perspective to help you today, is that it was mentioned by Todd at the very beginning of the morning of the Matt Damon event today. And that is a special event that is taking a considerable amount of resources upon our staff for the last 5 weeks. And we are grateful that the Universal Studios in Orlando is paying the costs but you got to have bodies to supply. It's taken 25 officers today for that event, and you have 6 officers that are working the street. Now, that's not to say that the city is not taken care of, because we will, and we do have resources that will take care of that. But that's just one event, and that is something that our city is bringing in, and they're talking about, if this goes well today, that they're going to do more and more of them. So that's just something to put it in perspective, is that we have an absolute great city, and people are coming here. And I guess if going on the theme of keep Meridian great, and if you want to go on that continued theme, is we also need to keep Meridian safe, and we need the bodies to do that.
The theme too. There's another theme. I think it can catch on.
We get hats?
I think I might have heard that somewhere.
Yeah.
Hats.
Okay. Any further conversation on this? And we will put these also at the end. So, Todd, if Finance or Jenny can put the patrol sergeants, remove one of those and give us a firm number on one. I put 155,000. Maybe you already did that, but if you can do that, perfect. Okay. Any further discussion points on the police? Okay. Council, I will let you know that you do have lunch in the other room. If you want, I can call a 10-minute recess before we get to Public Works. You can grab a plate, or Todd, do you have some other preferred idea?
Well, Madam Mayor, I was going to recommend that we close out the general fund, so the general fund is behind, and we've moved on so the council can focus on the next department, which would be enterprise fund or community development, so we can keep the focus on those divisions and those funding source independent of each other.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So where are we at?
Great question. Well, Madam Mayor, members of council, we have been trying to keep track of the changes and the requests, and we have a few items that we would like to have clarification on. So the first one is, before we can continue to populate this, the working spreadsheet for you guys, if we can bring back VRT, just to clarify that, as the mayor stated, we have $60,000 budgeted for the Saturday services, and we also have $30,000 budgeted for the senior center. Now, I just want to verify if I heard this correctly, that for 17, we would like to remove the 30 for senior and reduce the 60 down to 39, or 40,000. If I, again, I just want,
and 50 cents.
perfect, yes. But again, I just need to verify, that's what I heard. Again, the 60 we can take down to 40 pretty quickly, but it was a 30,000 senior center. I was still kind of, wasn't sure where the direction was on that from a budgetary standpoint. So if I can get clarification, that'd be great.
You would remove that. You would, so total, you had the 60,000 for the placeholder that was for an alternative. I hate the fund bus name. I've always hated that name. But for that, and then the 30,000. So the program, as I understand it, that will be coming back will be to remove the commitment for senior center transportation, because this would cover that, and remove the 60,000 that was set aside as a placeholder for transportation, and add the 40,000. So you're reducing it by 50,000.
Madam Mayor, appreciate that. We can make those adjustments and get those into the overall general fund presentation. Mr. Borton?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I might have heard it different. In my preference, I may be alone on it, is, as we go through this process, we establish this budget. There is the final budget hearing where we can make additional reductions if necessary. And until I hear that presentation next week and feel comfortable that the seniors are truly being accounted for properly, and I'd be inclined to, for the purposes of today, to leave it in, understanding that we might learn more next week that would, support its removal at the final budget hearing. But I don't yet know what I don't know with regards to that type of service, so I would err on keeping it in, knowing we can still take it out, because we can't go the other way.
Right.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Borton, you are correct. We could leave the dollars as is today, and then on our public hearing, we could present to the citizens with an updated budget, because you'll have the answer by then and the direction to us. We can reduce the budget by the $50,000 if that's a direction you want to go as well. So either option is available to you on how we want to establish the budget today.
Madam Mayor.
And you can always remove it
Yeah.
into the reserve. Mr. Byrd?
Councilman Borton, are you leaving both in 90,000, 30 and 60, or just the 60?
Just 30. It's, Madam Mayor, it's in there currently as 30 and 60.
Yes.
And I guess there's no harm in leaving it in as is until we know more.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
I understand it might
Ms.
come-
Mila?
Or knowing that the presentation they're coming forward with us is 40, we could leave the 30 to make sure that we're protected on that, and then reduce the 60 to 40,
Yeah. Good, yeah.
because we're not doing a fun bus.
Right.
We know that.
Well, it's an alternative bus. We can't call it fun bus anymore.
Alternative.
It's not fun.
You know what I mean?
apparently.
Yeah.
Okay,
It wasn't.
Todd?
60 goes to 40.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Milam, we could definitely do that. So we'll leave the 30 in, we'll reduce the 60 to 40, and then if we have further discussions between now and the public hearing, we can reduce it at that time as well.
Okay, thank you.
That makes sense.
Thank you for that clarification. The second item we have is we had a tie on the shade structure. The park shade structure was voted on. We had a 3-3 tie, and for direction and purpose of this discussion, like clarification, do we leave it in the budget for fiscal 7, or add it to fiscal 17, or leave it on an unfunded list?
Madam Mayor,
Ms. Mila?
in response to Councilman Palmer's comment, that there's the big difference between monument signs and shade structures is that our citizens utilize the shade structures in a way that makes them more comfortable, makes them enjoy themselves. And that park is used so much that when a concert is going on there, it's incredibly hot. And so this would actually be utilized as opposed to something that's just being looked at. So I just want to clarify the difference.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Palmer?
Madam Mayor, and my response is, I'm trying to look at this as how Dave Ramsey might look at it. And so I'm looking at it as, are we willing to ask the citizens, do you want this if it means increasing your taxes for it? Because what would be funding it would be from an increase in taxes. And so if we're not willing to increase people's taxes to pay for a shade structure, we shouldn't do it.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Byrd?
I don't like to increase people's taxes because I have to pay them too, but same token, we've got a beautiful facility out there that we have spent little or no money on, that was given to us as a gift. And I think that to make people comfortable, and I don't know how many of those concerts you've attended. I've attended quite a few, and my umbrella and my hat works fine for me if I can find a little tree out there. But I think that the citizens deserve to get some shade structure out there so that they can enjoy those concerts, which I thank God that we have and are able to have. And I think it's a very small investment on the part of the city of Meridian on such a nice facility.
Madam Mayor,
Ms. Lowe Roberts?
I'm happy to change my vote to add it in, so it's 4. The reason I did voted not really against it, just to leave it out at this point, was I wanted to keep my emphasis on the position that we really, really need filled at home court. And I'm perfectly happy adding the shade structure in. I just want to reemphasize that the position at home court is most critical.
Any other discussion on this item?
Vote to no. I thought about it.
So we have a 4-2.
Madam Mayor, thank you again for getting that solved. Again, we'll add that to the budget accordingly. I got 2 more items. Just want to verify that we heard correctly. 1 police sergeant will be added from that budget enhancement in the unfunded list to the funded section. And then 1 or 2 police corporals from the unfunded section will be added to the funded summary sheet as well. God, so.
We didn't have a vote on that.
Yeah, we didn't vote on that.
But I would then, since we do have, can you go to the police? That would be the 155 for the sergeant.
The 200
and we'll first
269.
ask council to indicate their support of adding that enhancement into the funded for the 1 patrol sergeant for 155,000. Those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, the second discussion discussion on enhancement for the 2 patrol corporals.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but before
That's
you
fine.
call the vote.
Yes.
Chief, is that what you said? Did you want those corporals this year as well? Because what I heard you say was you may not even be able to fill the positions.
Madam Mayor, Council.
I just want clarification.
We are currently interviewing 41 people as we speak, and we are going to be hiring the 5 opens and establishing lists for any potential hires that are appropriated. I believe we're going to be able to do that if we have the funding to do that. So looking ahead, I don't have a crystal ball, but looking ahead of what I think the city's going to face, we probably should allocate those now than later. Otherwise, we might have to be pushing them 2 years out, and that is not good. If we continue to grow like we grow, that we anticipate, we're going to need even more bodies, so we'd already be 2 years behind. I'd also like to clarify, just to make sure, is that we are talking about taking 1 sergeant position out. I believe that 1 sergeant position fully loaded is probably the 155. So it's 309 minus 155, and whatever that sum is. Todd, correct me if I'm wrong.
155 is half of 309.
It's half of 310.
But we have a car in there, we have equipment in there, we have all the other expenses in there. So it can't be divided by half. So I just wanted to make sure council is aware of that before you approve. I don't want you to approve if you approve a 155 number, then we can't hire anybody. And so you just need to be aware of that before we agree.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Chief Levy. The final number after calculating is 183,000 and some change to incorporate not only the wages but all the operating expenses that are needed with this 1 position. So it's 183 and some change. We'll display that too, but that was the final number to go with where Jeff was talking about.
Yeah, thank you,
Does
Todd.
anyone change their vote?
No.
I just want to make sure that you are fully aware of what you are voting for.
1 car.
Okay.
Be only 1 car. We actually we add 1 car for every 3 people, and so that's where that 1 car's come from. 3 shifts, 24-hour, 8-hour shifts.
Okay. Any further discussion on the corporal positions? Okay, those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so that is added.
So, Madam Mayor, members of council, I appreciate clarifying those particular items. Madam Mayor, you mentioned that lunch is here.
The last item that was deferred to the end was the 75,000 for the priority base
Apologize.
facilitator.
That was a tie.
If the tie is still there, I would break the tie to be in favor of moving forward. And again, I would preface that that is provided that the other steps to get there are first put in place before those dollars would be expended.
Madam
Okay.
Mayor,
Mr. Byrd.
even though as a no, I agree with you. Leave it in. We can always take it out the 30th if things come up.
Well, here
in
I thought I
between.
broke a tie and now I didn't.
No,
Jeez.
I'm going to be like Mr. Borton. I changed my vote.
That was Miss Lil Roberts.
Oh, then I'm going to change my vote.
No,
Just so she
Okay,
can break a tie.
so keep it in.
leave it in for now.
Last area of discussion under general fund that would apply to all. Was there any discussion on the benefits? One of the things that you did see is we felt that it was important to build the reserve for the self-funding. Again, this was to have the benefits committee work on developing that, to bring it back to council, to take control of escalating costs in our benefits areas so that we would have more control over that. So, any questions in that regard?
Madam Mayor,
Ms. Milam.
I'm just not sure that I agree that self-funding is the way to go, or that I've had enough information to make that type of a decision. I know they gave us a presentation, but it's still just kind of an out there thing to me to be for $400,000. Great, we could get our costs down, but I don't know if that we've seen proof that that's going to actually lower our costs.
And Ms. Milam, I appreciate that, and I think at this point is regardless of when the benefits committee comes back and makes a recommendation, regardless if they move towards self-funding or staying with a provider, we do know there will be increased costs in the benefits program. And so this is kind of giving us that that opportunity to bring you back choices and that will protect the benefits as we move forward. It gives you a little bit flexibility to make a decision on which direction you want to go.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Kavner.
Councilman Milam, I think you and I were in the same boat, and after talking with HR and to the mayor's point, by $450,000 is a very large chunk of money, and naturally we want to make sure it's being spent in the best place. I think by putting these funds away, to the mayor's point, will allow for future cost increases, but furthermore, we're in charge of our own destiny this way. And I think that HR should be commended for being strategic and thinking long-term with the recommendation of these funds. Either way, we know that there's going to be an increased cost to our health insurance and our benefits, and having these funds set aside this year will soften that blow should it be dramatic next year, is my opinion. So I would support putting them away.
Members of
Yes,
council.
Christina.
I'm not 100% sold on self-funding either. We need the opportunity to vet that out. We are looking at some other options as well, and a private exchange may be another option that we bring to the council. So I just want you to be aware that we're not sold on self-funding, and that's something we'll bring back at a later date, but it's definitely something that we're looking at. And having those monies in reserve will help us further that and give us the opportunity to vet that out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Borton?
The figure I thought was 480, at least the initial placeholder. Is that now
It's
401?
450, I believe.
450?
It's 420. That's what
It's 9% of, help me out with that.
So the amount to be allocated, though, says 401,000?
Oh, yes.
Just didn't know what the difference was from.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Borton, currently the placeholder for the benefit reserve is 401 as depicted on your
Right.
summary sheet. The value that Christine is referring to is the total, but we didn't have enough within our balancing function. We only had $458 left, so we put as much as we could towards that reserve.
So the needed amount is 450. Is that correct? Well, you have 401, but we only had 401 that we could put in there.
Right.
But if you
Right.
were to adequately, if you looked at the whole number, it is 450.
The 9% is 450.
I'm good with
Just
401.
trying to be balanced.
Let's make it 400 that easily.
So you can keep it at 400. I think you're good. Thank you. Okay, any other discussion on the benefits? I wanted to make sure we got to that before we moved out of general fund. Okay,
Madam Mayor, as we look at
Mr.
the
Borton.
screen that's up right now, until we scroll down and see the bad purple box, there would be 373 into the capital improvement fund.
Oh, sorry.
Well,
Oh, all three? Thought it was just,
Madam Mayor, Councilman Borton, again, we can definitely add that in there. We were going to bring that up for discussion to verify the reserves are where you want them to be established. But we can definitely do that now. We still have some data entry to do with the changes that have been recommended to us. So you can see the evil purple box, as you called it. But right now, we're not quite there yet. We still need to do a few more tweaks to the spreadsheet before we can give you a solid number at the bottom.
okay, so we can take a break to load your plates as they load their data. So we'll reconvene at noon. Does that work for all of you?
For me.
Yeah, 10 minutes,
Okay.
great.
10 minutes.
Down.
Okay. Okay, I will go ahead and reconvene the council budget workshop and turn this over to Todd since he has a mouthful.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right, Council, we have updated the spreadsheet to the best of our ability. Based on the information that we have, we're going to focus on the reserves, lines 30, 31, 32, 33. As you see, we've populated these numbers accordingly. We're at 373 for the capital improvement, 401 for the benefits, 373 for the replacement and the public safety as well. So again, with those in place and all the changes that we've applied to the budget, the bottom line as we stand right now without 3%, again, we're still doing this at a 0% taxable allocation or calculation plus the 3% for the merit. You can see we're currently residing in a $1.6 million deficit. So we have some balancing to do. So as Councilman Borton brought up earlier, we can utilize the tax calculation, allowable tax calculation, or we can tap into unfunded reserves to balance the budget. So that puts us in the discussion here. What do? Do we utilize some option within the 0 to 3% tax calculation, or do we just focus on the unfunded available fund balance, or do we adjust some of the items that we've adjusted? So all three options are out there. We can open it up for discussion and see if we can get this down to a balanced budget for the general fund.
Madam Mayor.
Ms. Mylum.
So Todd, even if you put in 3%, we're still way upside down.
Councilmember Mylum, you are correct. 3% is $781,000-ish dollars. So that would still leave you at $820-ish thousand at the end of the day that we would still need to discuss. You're correct. And we're more than happy to put the 3% at the top line so you can see how it all moves at the same time if you would like us to, or we can leave it at 0 and we adjust accordingly.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Borton.
For discussion illustration that could be worth a first stab at reconciling this, could be a placement of 2%, which is the $520-odd thousand. Again, just to spur some discussion. Increase. Process that ties loosely to that is of these more recent additions and amendments, some of them are relatively one-time expenditures if we're funding reserves, and some are some personnel that we recognize are ongoing expenses. So if we were to, for an illustration, close the gap with a 2% allocation of the property tax, and then if you'll scroll down to the bottom where we have designated fund balance of 8.9 million, dangerous to utilize that to fund personnel ongoing expenses, but could be appropriate to recharacterize 1.1 million of it to populate those four reserves. Rather than saying 8.9 is an undesignated fund balance, realistically it's 7.8 million, because 1.1, we all know, is unofficially designated for our replacements, our capital improvement, our public safety. So we could move 1.1 from that fund balance to fill the four buckets up top, and then fund the personnel ongoing costs through utilizing 2%, as an example.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Borton, that's a great example and it's very doable. What we'd be doing, like you said, is just transferring the current available fund balance and general fund to the other reserves and creating fund balances there. So you're just
Plus the
kind of,
reserves.
you're just moving the reserves around. You're 100% correct. So that is a viable option.
Madam Mayor, and some of the more thought behind it, unlike a decision for personnel where we acknowledge and we're making a commitment to those recurring expenses, while we would like to commit to fund, if it's 1% a year or some formula to fund these reserves, we can elect not to. On a given year, if we're unable to do it, that might occur. So I think transferring the undesignated fund balance to accomplish that may be appropriate to accomplish what we're doing and doesn't kick the can down the road. So that's my 2 cents on the purple box.
Mr. Byrd.
Councilman Borton, you come up with a great idea and program, but I would almost, for the taxpayers, sooner take the 3% now and take that extra 200 and some thousand and leave it in our fund balance at this point. I feel that we went through this morning and the previous 2 days everything thorough enough that I don't think we've got anything in our budget that we don't need in there, that we don't need. I know I'm in the majority. I would give a 2% raise instead of a 3%, but I know that's the minority, and that's fine. But I would sooner take the extra 1% of the deal and leave that in the fund balance if that would be something you guys would entertain.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Kavner.
this process, I think, has been, I feel like we say this every year, it's the best year ever. But I really think that this budget process has been, for me, very enlightening in that it put council in the position to really articulate what is the need of our council, and to engage our mayor and to engage our directors about what their true needs are. And I'm one of those that believes that if it makes it into a director's budget, if it makes it to the mayor's budget, it's a need from their perspective. And we weigh, is that really what's the best for the community? And I think we've done that today. What I think is great is by articulating what the needs are based from the directors, the needs are based from the mayor, and the needs based from the council. Councilman Borton put together, I think, a great proposal that meets those needs, that identifies for future planning, and doesn't arbitrarily saddle that on the backs of our taxpayers. And so, while I have been an advocate, I think through this whole process of doing everything in our power not to take anything above 0%, I think the directors, the mayor, council have demonstrated a need. And I would support Councilman Borton's proposal of taking 2%, getting these enhancements that the council has voted on as needed and warranted, and adequately funding for some of those future needs as well.
Mr. Byrd.
Todd, you got that balanced out there now?
Madam Mayor, Mr. Byrd, what you have on your screen is the plan that Mr. Borton proposed. That is the number at a balanced budget. We would utilize a little over $1 million from the current fund balance of general fund to reallocate towards the fund balances of the reserves.
I can live with that.
I feel like we're robbing Peter to pay Paul, maybe I'm missing something in terms of the general fund is our savings for capital improvement plan, for the capital improvement plan that is fiscally unconstrained at this point. The reserves truly represent pieces and parts of the capital improvement plan. We put money in the general fund reserves, or general fund has been one of those main funders of the capital improvement plan. So we're just moving money around.
We're taking it from checking and putting it in savings.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Byrd.
and to your point, and I, very well taken, I agree with you, and while I won't probably see that, but we keep doing this, we keep taking out the fund balance. One of these days, we're gonna have to do a capital, won't have the fund balance in there, and after about 5 or 6 years of only taking your 1 or 2% increases, you'll have it wiped out anyway, just to make up your budget, because your budget is growing every year. Your base budget is growing every year. And I just think that, well, I hate adding taxes to people. We still maintain a mill levy under 4. And that fund balance in there is for emergencies and for capital improvement. And we keep taking from it, we won't have it. And then you guys will come up to a budget year that you'll have to really dig, or you'll have to go out and get a bond.
Mayor?
Ms. Milam.
So the ongoing costs of just adding the police officers, the sergeant and the corporals that we added, is more than that 1% difference that was going to be required for next year. So by not taking the 3%, we're automatically going to have to come up with that money somewhere else. And as Councilman Byrd said, and I've said this before, I pay tax on 6 houses in Meridian, so I don't want to have to pay any of it, but I'm willing to pay that difference because that's what makes our community great, and I think we need it. And pulling it out of savings doesn't necessarily fix any problem.
So, Todd, what does it look like if you use the 3%?
Big difference.
So that 820,000, one of the differences in what has been set aside is creating a replacement fund, which we haven't had in the past. We just had the replacement list, and we're hoping to be able to build replacements into program costs. So you see it a little bit different. By removing that and making sure you have the public safety fund, which was created to start setting money aside for big purchases like the fire trucks or fire engines or ladder trucks or whatever, because it does qualify under the capital. And as a CIP, the other portion to that almost gets you there is the 401,050 cents for the benefits. What we need to do for the benefits committee to come back, you still have room for them to work within and bring back a recommendation for next year that can give you options, can give you costs, and that we do have money set aside, but that additional 400,000 can be deferred till next year as well. We kind of looked at that money that's needed to set aside to do it all in 1 year, but we can split that. And if that is a recommendation that comes back from the benefits committee, and that's just another option.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Byrd.
Well, I really like Joe's idea of taking the 1% and putting in their deal. I think I know in my mind, but Todd, throw a 0.5% in there. Instead of 373, put in the 100 and, what would it be, 140-some thousand in each one of those. 0.5%. And do you want to delete the 400? So basically, we could also take 186,000. While it isn't as nice as a 373, at least it is something to start with. And you take the 401, which the mayor says we don't need, and you take 260 out of that. That leaves us, what, 140,000 or something for that. And then we balance the budget, and we don't have to use any of the fund balance.
Ms. Milam.
I would rather see all of the I would rather see all of the replacement fund go and take the public safety fund back up to 1%.
With that.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Borton.
You hit it on the head. There are two wholly distinct actions happening. One is a reallocation of funds from one account to the other. You know, from, for lack of a better term, the savings account into 4 savings accounts. The separate item is, new today, we've added potentially what would be 4 positions totaling $540,000 a year that we didn't have yesterday to try to balance. So the idea of the 2%, and maybe 3 is more appropriate, but that percentage to try and capture and at least cover the additional labor costs that have been included. The separate item would be, when you've got 8.6 million in undesignated fund balance, we can move 100,000, we can move 1 million, we can, that's merely just shifting and recharacterizing existing savings, at least for the purpose of this year's budget. But the percentage of 1%, 2%, 3% really tries to address that added ongoing labor cost, which is again, $537,000.
And that, I appreciate you pointing that out, because shifting from the general fund on to balance costs that were added, that are added to the base is not a good practice. Because you're taking money that's really for one-time only type of expenses to close the gap on ongoing.
Madam Mayor, that 537 is actually a little high, because that includes the one-time cost of equipment, cars. And
Yeah.
So it's under 5, but it's big. So the 2% certainly covers the new ongoing costs. 3% does as well. The second activity would be whether or not we want to reallocate the undesignated fund balance, which is above and beyond emergency reserves, to what we know are going to be those future expenditures. Make sense? All right. So,
I guess the only thing I'd add to that is it's the capital improvement fund has always been anticipated to cover the capital improvement plan, which again is not fiscally constrained. And what we don't have for you yet is even a look on those unfunded staffing plan that increases the unfunded gap. But using the capital improvement fund to, and since replacement has been taken out, because I agree with Councilmember Mylum to put more into the public safety fund. But we've never used capital improvement fund technically for replacement, because that is kind of a cost of doing business and a level of service expense. So keeping it whole to those one-time costs, because that replacement fund is going to continue to, the replacements will continue to grow every year as we grow and our assets grow. We'd like to see it rolled into true program costs that we hope to get to you this coming year. Ms. Mylum.
Todd, can you change that back to 2% so we can see what it looks like? At the 401. Before we take out the but that 401 is still in there. Or the back in the left.
I don't mind leaving
We
that.
could always remove some enhancements.
We can.
The shelter. Take the shelter, you take the parks, you take the police. You make that done. Don't have to use fund balance.
I think that's all we're taking out of the reserve fund. That's it. We don't even know if we need. We know we need police.
We always want the police.
Always need police. We don't always need to say.
you do.
Well, this thing, I'm just saying.
Madam Mayor?
We're not even determining
Mr. Byrd.
it's appropriate.
We're taking 520,968 out of the fund balance, and that just go at 2%? I know.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Boyd.
Reflected in the blue box, you're taking that 520,000 and you're moving it.
That's out of the fund
Improvement
balance.
Fund and the public safety fund.
Huh?
That 520 is being moved roughly to the capital improvement fund and the public safety fund. Effectively, that's the net result of.
Yes.
No, it's a fund balance being put in.
But you're
It's,
saying
it's
basically-
monies that are
Yeah.
set
Yeah.
aside for our capital improvement plan,
Yeah.
but just want to make that clear.
Yep.
Robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Yep. As it's,
Sure.
as it looking there, are we agreeing on it, or do we want to make some other
Make it
changes?
look good. So, I guess the question is, if we're just moving money out of one fund to allocate it to two other funds, why go through the exercise? I mean, why put any money into the capital improvement fund and the public safety fund? It's already pretty much there in your general fund, in your fund balance.
Madam Mayor.
I just kind of a question.
Madam Mayor.
Yes,
Oh,
Ms.
At
Mylan.
the same token, why are we then also transferring it to the benefits fund?
Well,
to the
because
insurance?
that will be an expenditure. I mean, that's to, I'm just saying, we know that based on the history of the the increases in our benefits each year, they need to weigh, the benefits committee needs to weigh. Do we just continue to pay that, or do we look at self-funding or other programs? And if you look at those other programs or self-funding, you have to have, it will be a reserve that you can draw in as your experience rating changes. It's required if you go the self-funded route. And the reason that it's not been one of the viable things that have been considered is we haven't had the funding to put in that reserve account.
So you can't just take it out of the general fund and put it in there?
We haven't had the buffer to do that.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Kavner.
Well, I know that I'm not alone. I assume I'm probably in the minority, that there has been one other option that we haven't discussed, and that is a wide variety of enhancements that we just voted on. Those could very easily be rediscussed, and I think there could be some considerable savings found there. I would ask maybe Councilmember Palmer what Dave Ramsey would say we should do in this situation, because you appear to be a subject matter expert on Mr. Ramsey. But we're talking about moving around funds, and we maybe should be talking about removing some items that we have previously agreed that we wanted to pay for.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Palmer.
just for fun, Dave Ramsey would say there's no sacred cows. And a previous council has established maps, which establishes art as a sacred cow to be funded regardless. So there's $45,000 sitting there that, if I understand it right, a simple ordinance to repeal maps would free up $45,000. But that's just me and what I think Dave Ramsey would say.
Madam Mayor.
Ms. Mylum.
I think Dave Ramsey would drive through the city and say, "What nice art you have."
And say, what a good job you've done with a low mill rate and a balanced budget and no debt. Wow, you guys are amazing. That's what he would say.
We're all experts.
Mayor.
Mr. Byrd.
Who's Dave Ramsey?
A very, very rich man.
Who?
He's very rich, made on everyone else's poor
Is
decisions.
Is he
poor
in Gates
decisions.
and Buffett's category, or?
Far from it.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Borton,
to answer Councilman Bird's question, I'm comfortable with,
who
with
Mr. Ramsey is.
no, the earlier question.
Do you know him?
The bird budget that we're looking at right now,
Bird budget.
the 2% and the allocation to the funds as noted here is good by me.
Good.
Me too.
Okay. Well,
Bird budget was
Well,
three.
we need one more.
Yeah. Madam Mayor,
Miss Lil Roberts.
I think I'll weigh in one more time. I know everybody's probably getting tired of me saying, I'm concerned about future years, and I would still go for the 3%. We're taking on things that are going to be ongoing costs, and I think we need to really, especially with staffing and things like that, I think we're going to need it.
I do believe that our finance director has shown you good information in terms of looking further than just this year and what the implications are on not taking the full 3%. I believe that our departments have showed you what's coming up next year in terms of what we'll be looking for funding, and I would agree with you on that. That certainly, when you borrow from the general fund to balance your budget, I guess just to balance it in terms of funding different line items, to me, Dave Ramsey would say that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but but we want to quote Dave Ramsey and put words in his mouth, even though he's not here. So
I'd like to meet this guy.
I will say that former councils have continued to keep us in an enviable position from other cities' standpoints, as they look at and talk to their taxpayers, that we do have a low mill rate. We're a full-service city. We're able to do a lot with a little, and we have a premier city that people are pretty dang proud of. And I can tell you that by knocking on doors last year, that they appreciate everything that our councils do. And I think by going through, this has been a good discussion on, and I like having the discussion on the different budget items that still have the lingering questions. That is what you need to do. But I think that you have found areas that you feel comfortable with the advice of the people we hire to give you that advice on what we need. And if we want to maintain that practice of saving and then paying, saving before you spend, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to transfer from one line item to fund two others. The 3%, I think, has been shown that it's justified. It's just based on what you feel comfortable making a decision on. Again, I would just say you're moving money around to balance a budget if you don't take the full 3%.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Borton.
A different way I guess we could have tackled and not gotten so sideways on this is, if you removed the above the line allocation into these funds and didn't have it at all, and you had a 2%, your budget would be balanced. Without shifting funds. Again, that second consideration, the blue box consideration, is a separate process. So for example, if we ignored shifting funds and we merely used 2%, the budget's balanced. So process one would be complete, and you're not balancing the budget by shifting funds or using undesignated fund balance.
That's right.
Is that?
I believe you're correct. It would, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, council said we would like to at least establish a practice of funding the public safety fund by 1%. And that 1% would take you at the 3%, just in my quick math.
Right.
We gave you the 0%, knowing that the public safety fund was the first one. And, you know, looking at that, I think that the 3% would continue that, not policy, and certainly we didn't adopt it by ordinance, but by practice would continue that 1% into the public safety fund for those unknowns.
Gotcha.
Madam Mayor,
Ms. Mylan.
basically, another way to look at it, I mean, 3% does not even cover inflation. So if we're looking at just the simple basic costs going up, 3% does not even cover it. So we're looking at merit. If we want to do 3% merit, we need to take a 3% tax. Or 3%. Oh. That's inflation. And it doesn't, so that's only part of it. That doesn't cover our power bills going up. That doesn't cover our cleaning. So just being realistic, we're just going to be borrowing we're going to be borrowing every year if we don't at least keep up with inflation.
Madam Mayor, Councilman, if I can jump on where you're going, I think it's fantastic. Just go along with what's coming down the road, not today, but tomorrow in the future. Just alone, you can see on this page, you have merit, which is $723,000. Those two items right there. So that's your $723 for today, tomorrow, every year going on. Now, if we scroll all the way down to the bottom with enhancements, so we went through all the expenses, we decided what expenses we like to present. Your base budget adjustment again, that not only for this year, but for the years going forward, because these two items are base budget items. You're asking for another $1.7 million just in base budget items. So far we're up to $2.4 million that we're asking to pay, not only today, but tomorrow, next year, and that reiterates where the mayor is going. Those costs that we need to make sure we cover, if we're increasing base budget by 2.4, our revenue sources have to stay in line if we're going to be able to maintain this level of expectation from the citizens. So to reiterate or go along with what you're speaking about, Councilman Milam, the 3% supports it based on a $2.4 million alone just on the base budget items that you will see next year as part of your base budget. So again, the 3% again supports covering those needs not only for today but tomorrow and the future years. So, Madam Mayor, Council President Byrd, would you entertain the idea of putting 3% at the top line and adjusting the reserves accordingly, and just balancing the budget as is, and then as the mayor and Councilman Borton have stated, instead of moving or shuffling money around, balance the budget as is, and then we can look at transferring fund balances based on our decisions if we wish to. Today or another time, but at least go with what Mr. Borton was saying. Let's balance the budget as presented.
Madam Mayor, Todd, I would, put the 3% up there and let's see what we come up with. And just for the new people, I think there's a municipality to the east of us that didn't take the 3% for a few years, and we like to take care of our employees here. They were not able to give pay raises because of not taking that for quite a few years. So, while I don't like increasing taxes as much as anybody, I still think this compounds on you down the line, and pretty soon you will be, it's like if we, on our own home budget, if we have to take out of our savings every month to make our bills, how long are we gonna be viable?
You do know who Dave Ramsey is.
Huh? Anyway, let's see what we got with the 3% now.
So, Madam Mayor, Councilman Byrd, we've established 3% as is. We've left the reserves as we've discussed. We're currently still at 260 in a deficit position. We could tap into the fund balance of the general fund and just move it to a different fund balance, which was presented, or we reduce the reserves on the top line and we balance the budget according to the resources that we have available today.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Ms. Milo.
So basically, you take the 186 out of the CIP fund and another 84 out of the public safety fund,
To the top.
and then we're down to zero. Still putting in.
Three options. We have three reserves we can tap into to spread that $260,000 gap right now. So if you want to spread it amongst three or two, we definitely have those options, or we just spread it to one. I've heard that public safety is the #1 priority, so we want to probably keep that one whole. That's just from what I've heard. But again, we have that option. We can spread it amongst three, two, or one.
The commitment needs to remain in the public safety fund.
I agree. So with that, if we keep the commitment to the public safety fund, we'll leave 373. That leaves two items where we can tap into 260. Again, we can remove the entire 186 out of the capital improvement fund and, find a different funding source or apply money to that maybe next year, or we can.
Can I make a suggestion? Is maybe remove the capital improvement fund transfer, the 186, and reduce the benefits reserve to balance your budget.
That would be
That's a good idea.
We can definitely do that. We'll present that to you. So go to all those options.
about 84, 073. 80, 74.
Again, if everybody's comfortable with this would be the 3% property tax, the 3% merit, the benefits as is, the reserves distributed accordingly, and if we go all the way to the bottom, I believe that gets us to pretty close to zero for the fiscal year 2017 budget for the general fund. Councilman President, if you're okay with that and your fellow council members are, we're
Joe?
I'm curious everyone else's perspective. It does balance. I understand the reasoning behind it.
I've got significant issues with it, to no one's surprise. Again, we opted to continue to add additional enhancements and take the 3% and reduce the amount that we're putting forth for benefits, and we didn't fund capital improvement the appropriate manner. So I've got significant issues with this. And again, I'm probably alone, but I'm okay with that.
I don't think you're alone.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, you are not alone.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Byrd.
maybe we can leave this like it is for now and go on and get our enterprise fund, because we have to send both of them forward as a complete budget, so at that point we can still have our discussion. Is that fair with
At
everybody?
least gets them.
Well, we're here what
It's
Joe
them
has
out.
to say. What about Joe? Share his 2 cents. We might
Doesn't matter to me.
not need to.
I hate having them public
Well-
works sit here for so long. They're waiting.
Yeah, at least it will get our Public Works Department back to work. Jeez, I mean, gosh.
It's safe. And then we'll do
No one likes to see sausage made.
Public Works like that just doesn't.
All right, then let's move on. If we're gonna push this off, let's move
Well,
on.
Madam Mayor?
But what is the hope? Council, do you want to go ahead and look at the community development budget and public works and then come back to this? Is that?
If possible, I'd rather hash it out right now because by the time we get to the end of it, it'll be too easy to be like, it's 2, 3 o'clock. Let's just do this and move on. We're in the general fund mode, but.
Okay.
So Joe, voting or what?
Madam Mayor, then so with that, what my vote on some of the police department enhancements for the positions that I voted in favor of, I'm willing to change on. I don't know if anybody else was.
Madam Mayor.
Ms. Mylum.
So can we take a vote on the way 6, or do we need to? We would need to be.
Yeah, we can do that. So you do have the budget as proposed or as currently in front of you. So I'll just ask for a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Kavner?
No.
Councilmember Mylum?
Yes.
Councilmember Byrd?
Yes.
Councilmember Palmer?
Like here.
Councilmember Borton?
No.
Councilmember Little Roberts?
Yes.
I'm not breaking it.
No.
All right, so now we got to hash it out then.
Let's hash it
Oh,
out.
aren't you supposed to break the tie?
No, not
No?
on the budget.
I can break a tie, but I think that would be the wrong thing to do.
On the budget.
So, Madam Mayor,
Mr. Kavner.
in light of that, where do we go from here?
Let's have some other proposals. Madam Mayor,
Mr. Byrd.
from the no votes, let's have some other proposals of how we get there.
Madam Mayor,
Okay, Joe?
Mr.
Or-
Palmer.
is there any interest in finding another $45,000 by repealing the MAPS ordinance?
The what?
No.
No. Yes. No sacred cows.
And on that, I think it's, the people have entrusted the council of the time to make the decision with their tax dollars. And so I hate to have previous councils tie our hands on things if there's a situation where we feel the dollars could be better allocated. And so that's my argument on maps.
Madam Mayor,
Ms. Mylum.
4 of us were part of that council, so it was not just the previous council. Just saying.
Doesn't get us any closer. $45,000 doesn't get us any closer.
There's also, Madam Mayor, if I can continue, there's some organizations that I don't know what they are. The CORE, Treasure Valley Partnership, Boise Valley Economic Partnership. I know what Compass is. If we were to eliminate the dues in those, that's $79,000.
Madam Mayor?
Mr.
If-
Borton.
I'm comfortable with the inclusions. I'm not inclined to revisit anything that we've already gone through or things of that nature. What I started with, I thought still was a viable option at 2% for this year, so that was the reason why I voted no. I thought you could get there with the 2%.
Well, you could get there with the 2% if you took the money out of the public safety fund, it looks like.
Or balance.
But again, you're then affecting the base so.
Stalemate, start over. Just kidding.
I don't know if that idea had more than one vote, quite frankly, so. If, for the folks that voted no, that was the alternative solution. I don't know if there's a second or third. I think Councilman Palmer might have been approaching maybe a different way, and Councilman Cavanagh spoke of perhaps eliminating enhancements, which I didn't think was necessary. So if there's another solution, I don't know what it is.
Madam Mayor,
Ms. Mylum?
I would go along with 2% if that's what everybody else feels is appropriate. It still doesn't cover inflation, but I would accept that.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Byrd?
I mean, I have no problem going to the 2% too, but you're gonna fill it in with your savings account, so. I don't have any problem with 2%. I don't have any problem with 1% or 0%. But you're gonna just be robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Well, and even more so because you're affecting the base.
So, Madam Mayor, Council President, would you like us to apply the 2% to the spreadsheet as is so you can see what it looks like? Again, the difference is $260,000 is every 1%. So what Councilman Borton is proposing is a $260,000 reduction to your property tax calculation, but then we would have to pick up 260 from another location.
Right.
And if I remember what Councilman Borton proposed was utilizing the current fund balance to pay for that gap.
Correct.
And is that what you're still proposing?
Correct.
Okay. We will apply it and let you see what it looks like for you. So, Madam Mayor, Council, with those changes, you can see it, we still have a balanced budget. The difference is we'll be utilizing unrestricted fund balance to balance the fiscal year 2017 budget as proposed.
3%.
I can live with that.
With the
Madam
2%.
Mayor, sorry.
Mr. Borton?
The reason why, well, we've gone through this ad nauseum, but you know, the 8.9 is undesignated fund balance above and beyond emergency reserves. I mean, to a certain extent, either don't retain those revenues in the first place or allocate them. You know, if we need a large amount in undesignated fund balance to capture these large future expenditures, well then let's reallocate it to funds that are designated so we're all aware that our undesignated fund balance really is 4 million because we know we need the other 4 million for these 2019 expenditures. That's all I was trying to capture with planning towards those other fund designations. So for the purpose of this budget, I think there's sufficient funds to balance it.
I'm good with it.
I'm good with it, let's go.
Madam Clerk, you want to call roll? So this would be to, as the summary in front of you and with various enhancements and fund balance transfers. We're looking for either yay or nay on what is currently in front of you. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Cavanagh.
No.
Councilmember Mylum.
Yay.
Councilmember Byrd.
Hey,
Councilmember Palmer. Nope. Councilmember Borton.
Yay.
Councilmember Little Roberts.
Yay.
Okay. Moving on, community development. Boy, I have some changes for that one. Sorry. I don't. You have my proposal. Although we did have a removal and call on Mr. Palmer.
Madam Mayor, the $1,800 one for the water filter is still in here, right? Nothing changed on there. On the back, it does say that's general fund, so take that one out and have another $1,800. Anybody object?
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Kavner.
Todd, maybe hate to put you on the spot. Is this the lowest dollar enhancement in our budget?
No, we have some replacements that
There's
are
some-
lower.
Replacements, enhancement, lowest
yes.
dollar enhancement.
Yes, it
The
is.
whole budget or in this one?
In this year's budget.
The entire
The entire
budget.
No, police had a $1,500.
This is less, this is 11.
11. Oh, this is 11, not 1,800.
Yeah. Oh, it is 1,800, it is 1,800, I'm wrong. Okay.
Councilman Kavner, we believe that this would be the lowest one that was presented to you in the draft, in the budget proposal, yes.
Todd?
16. This is 16. This is an unfunded.
Oh.
Was there a follow-up question to that?
I mean, it's such a
Just
low.
wondered.
And I recognize I'm being probably hypocritical at this point because I don't look at enhancements based on the dollar amount. You try and look at them based on the need, and an $1,800 enhancement should receive the same critique as an $18,000 or $180,000 enhancement. That said, I think the department has demonstrated the need for why they need this. I'm surprised that they don't have enough money in their budget already to take care of it. That to me, it seems somewhat surprising. If the council feels that it's not warranted for that department, well, I know some other departments have access to the same type of facility. I'll support that, but at this point, I think it's worthy of staying.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Palmer.
Madam Mayor, Todd, do we know the average across the city, the average extra dollars that I think actually we knew it from before, that each household's going to pay with a 3% increase?
We're not having the 3% increase.
Or whatever we end up with, too. Sorry.
It'll range from
I see where you're headed.
$4 to
I see where you're headed.
$16.
I get it.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Palmer, if this is the slide that you're referring to, this here represents 3%. So you could take it, multiply by 2/3 to get the 2% value, or you could divide by 3, multiply it by 2.
So we'll take the biggest. It's going to take 78.8 households at the largest taxing. That's it. This is it 2?
That's a 3.
This is it 3.
This represents 3%.
Say it was 3. There'd be 78 households to pay for the water filter, and their tax increases. So,
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
perhaps maybe in an effort to expedite this, we can just go ahead and vote on it.
Okay, those that support keeping it in, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those that would like it removed,
No.
same sign. Okay,
Next.
okay.
Yeah, let's go ahead and move through this.
thank you. Thank you for asking for a vote.
And Madam Mayor,
Put into the lightning.
Okay.
every penny I don't take lightly, I guess is the point.
Fair. I agree with you.
Okay, any other questions for this budget? Okay, thank you. We'll move to Public Works, and the first department up is MUBS. And I heard rumor that we're not supposed to call it MUBS, it's utility billing.
Meridian Ability.
I was always corrected when I called it MUBS.
How'd that work out for Tom, telling you what to call it?
UB. It's up. Up.
Municipality billing.
Madam Mayor, just to let you know, consensus over here is we're okay with MUBs. We
And
call
I've
ourselves
always called them
MUBs.
MUBs.
They have no
Good.
enhancements.
I know. Let's have a good liaison.
There's no questions about MUBs. We'll move to Public Works. And that's Public Works Administration and Engineering. And the enterprise fund, you have in your summary what had changed. And you have an updated budget enhancement on the salary. Which I do like the cartoon under Public Works, by the way.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So
Ms.
this
Mylan.
$225,000 professional services was removed?
Yes.
Yes.
And it was changed to the the
94th,
new
325.
budget sheet in front of you.
Okay.
Because that's reflective of the change that was already approved by council either a week or two ago.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Palmer.
Just a reminder from our discussion on the 17,000 for It Starts at Home, that there were no strings attached to those funds, in case anybody wanted to spend them elsewhere.
Any other comments or questions on this? So we will move to water or wastewater. What is next? Water.
Should be waste.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Borton.
if I could, water's, it has a lot of capital expenditures, and if I could ask Mr. Berry, real quick, one of the things we note at the end is the use of the fund balance, which we know is, there are some natural swings and some are rather large. 52% of the fund balance is being utilized for these capital projects. If, maybe just kind of a brief, did you spill all your stuff? Sorry. Just kind of a brief recap of that gives us comfort that
Yes, Mr. Borton.
fund balance is not in jeopardy.
Thank you for the opportunity to stretch my legs. I appreciate that. We are experiencing in this next fiscal year in our proposed budget and the following fiscal year a pretty high capital need in regards to the department and infrastructure, in regards to new infrastructure associated with growth, some repair and replacements, and then also regulatory requirements. We model all of our capital improvements that are included in our 10-year capital improvement plan in our 10-year fiscal model. So the model does predict exactly as our budget is suggesting, that we are going to be deficit spending over the next fiscal year and the following fiscal year. Both will be pretty dramatic. After that point, we begin to return money back to the fund balance, and the fund balance begins to grow over time, somewhat slowly. But, and of course, when you look out 10 years, I can't tell you with certainty at the end of the 10-year period we're going to be exactly where we're predicting at this point, because a lot of things change. But what we can tell you is, yeah, it should be concerning that next year and the FY18 fiscal year, we're going to have some pretty significant deficit funding. But that's also why we've been saving up for the last several years, is to expend those monies now that we've saved up to invest in the capacity improvements, the infrastructure repair and replacements, and also the regulatory requirements that we've known about since 2009. So this has all been, for whatever piece of money I can give you, this has all been predicted, it's all been modeled, and it's all been budgeted accordingly. So we feel very comfortable about where we are. But I can understand why one looking at the budget would say, holy smokes, we've got some pretty big ending fund balance withdrawals to balance the budget, because that is what is happening, and that is what was planned to happen. And you'll see that again in next fiscal year budget as well.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Thank you, Tom.
You bet.
Any other questions on water? Okay, move to wastewater.
Okay. Okay. Any questions on this? No questions? Do people feel comfortable asking for a vote? Yep.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. The vote would be on the budget for the divisions of Public Works. Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Cavanagh.
Aye.
Councilmember Mylum.
Aye.
Councilmember Byrd.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Borton.
Aye.
Councilmember Little Roberts.
Aye.
All ayes.
Madam Mayor? Just a
Mr.
question for
Gordon.
finance. Is there a reason the benefits reserve, is it not split on purpose? Should it be split? Or
Madam Mayor, Councilman Borton, that item there is a placeholder, because we will acknowledge the enterprise fund portion most likely in the future. Yeah.
Well,
They have a much smaller value than the general fund does, so we think we can manage that in the future years with them.
Okay.
But it's a placeholder, so we will have to acknowledge it most likely in 18.
Okay. Mr. Byrd.
Very nice job, Public Works. We didn't have any problems with you guys. Thank you.
I'm sure you're going to mention it must have been the
And
liaison.
it must have been the liaison.
And you're the best
But we
audience
do
today.
appreciate you spending your day with us. Thank you. Council, I apologize I wasn't here last night, and I wish I had been part of the presentation on the accreditation for our police department. I know that Councilmember Mylum and I exchanged some messages last night, and her acknowledgement of the work and the dedication that really goes behind that accreditation. I would just like to add my comments to Councilmember Mylum's in terms of we appreciate our police department, and I am really proud that we were one of the few police departments in the state of Idaho that goes through this accreditation process. It shows the dedication and the pursuit of excellence from our police department, and I just would like to give my congratulations, my thanks to the chief, and hope that you pass that on to your team and your entire department. That's a big deal, and really I'm thrilled to have seen that, and I apologize I wasn't part of receiving the report.
Madam Mayor, Council, we definitely appreciate hearing that, and I will pass that on to the entire department. Last night I gave personal recognition to Lieutenant Scott Coliani, who also wasn't able to be here, so it was really kind of a wasted words. But I did communicate with him last night the importance of that and our appreciation. But we are grateful, and like we said before, as we strive to make Meridian the best. So thanks for those kind words.
Well, what I also shared with Councilmember Mylum was the comments that, and I know I passed that on to you last night too, the comments about the work that Lieutenant Coliani has done in putting together a security plan for the event later today. There has just been complete awe of the Universal Studio team, and certainly the personal security personnel on the thoroughness of the plan, and they have made comment that it's the best plan they've ever seen. And so big kudos to your team on that as well.
Mayor, as we were talking, you and I were talking last night, I passed that message on to Lieutenant Coliani, and of course he said thanks. And I went out for my run, and on my run I started reflecting on that, and I said, no, this is a really big deal. And he goes, what? And I said, consider the source. This is a really big deal about what we did here in Meridian. And again, that just says a lot about who we are as a community. So I did pass that on to him as well, because it is a really big deal, being the best and being recognized by the Universal Studios execs and Matt Damon's bodyguard. So thank you.
And to our finance team, thank you. You just made this, again, I think Councilman Kavanagh said that every year this gets better, and this year has remained on that same schedule of getting better. We appreciate that. I know that Todd has some goals for next year, and that it's going to take some work to get on par with where he would like to see us. But we appreciate your team. Good job, Jenny, for your first budget year. Definitely kudos to all of the department directors, division administrators, and we just have a great team here in the city. Heartfelt thanks to the council liaisons to work with each of your departments and go through line by line and enhancement by enhancement to better understand. And I know there were a lot of meetings that went on between the first two half-day workshops and this one to better understand the enhancements. Thank you to our council for spending the time you did to get to where we reached today. That it just shows that how the process works, and I appreciate that.
Madam Mayor,
So, Mr. Byrd.
I want to thank everybody for their views, their questions, and everything. I think this was one of the most perked up budget.
Perked up. Lively. Most
Lively,
lively, for sure.
lively, perked up budget we've had, and I've appreciated all the questions and the way everybody has conducted themselves, and it has went well. I appreciate the finance staff, and on last night, Mark, I got to tell you, you did a great job on that
Hometown
award.
hero.
That I'm glad you were doing it, not me. I don't know if I think I'd have been like the guy. I think I'd have been crying, but
When I watched that, oh my gosh,
I mean,
thought it's a good thing I wasn't here.
especially when you had the little kids standing right there, you know. Anyway, great job. I appreciated it. Yeah, you did a wonderful job for us.
Well, and thank you for being here. He was on incident command last night with the fire over by Lucky Peak, and I don't know if you were up all night, but appreciate you being here with us today as well.
Not all night.
You wouldn't have all night.
Just most of it, huh? If there's no further business, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
We have to.
Oh, sorry, Tom.
Madam Mayor.
You're okay.
I was ready to go.
Madam Mayor.
I'll make it quick.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I just want to, again, thank you to you and the fellow council members and all the staff members that have helped put this budget together. As you've stated, year over year, we try to make it better, and it's definitely a collective, it's definitely a team effort. And again, appreciate all your time and efforts onto this. We have a fiscal year 2017 balanced budget, which is awesome. And again, we appreciate that. As a process, we'll be back here next Tuesday. We'll give a document to the President Byrd. He's just going to announce to the citizens the tentative budgets for fiscal 16 and 17 as we have established here. Again, that's just a tentative announcement to the citizens, and then we give them 4 weeks to come into the city council or to the city hall and ask for information if they wish. And then 4 weeks from now, we'll have our public hearing towards the end of August, and then after that we'll have the ordinance. So that's kind of the process of what we'll be doing over the next month and a half. But again, I just want to extend a thanks to you, council, mayor, again, Jenny, for stepping up and taking on the big role, and the rest of the finance staff. Again, thank you for everything, and let's keep making it better every year.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, if there's nothing further,
We adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All ayes.